Good morning, Pokemon fans, and welcome to Trooper Tour Evolving Skies. My name is James Arnold, and with me is Stephen Durham, and today we will be providing you all of the action of this Evolving Skies meta as we explore new standard and see what strategies are going to come out on top. I'm really excited for today. How many players did we end up having today?
We have 111.
111 players today. That is absolutely wild. I'm very excited to see what's going on. We're actually ready for round one, and we're going to go ahead and get right into it with our previous champion from the last Trooper Tour, Levi Hacker, actually facing off against an interesting opponent. How would you tell us about that as we go ahead and switch over here?
Good. We got Levi actually playing against his sister, Caitlin. So it's going to be very interesting for sure, and I'm really excited to see what happens here.
Yeah.
Levi, once again, on something that's not as conventional. So I'm really excited. I think it's going to be a really fun, interesting match. We wanted to get Levi on camera as soon as possible today to kind of see what he's up to, so we're not surprised going into top 8 that is Cramorant like we were like.
For sure. It's going to be interesting as we do see it is going to be the Galarian Weezing versus Dragapult matchup. And while we have seen Dragapult have success in the past, of course, it is very interesting seeing Dragapult evolve as we have well, not literally evolve, but evolve into the deck that it is today with that Inteleon line and everything. It's very, very interesting to me to see just how the format has taken to all of the Drizzile Inteleon line coming out of that battle style, or coming out of Chilling Reign with all of that utility, being able to search your deck for all of those items. It's very, very cool being able to see that.
Seeing just AEP being gone and these tag teams being gone, I've spent the last 2 weeks just looking at so many different deck lists, and I'm so excited to see the things that Drizzle lets you do, and that you can play any combination of cards, and we're going to see that with Levi too, really utilizing a strategy that I don't know if it would have worked very well, before. So with the new cards, I'm really excited.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting to me. If for anything else, the format is completely open right now. I'm sure that as time goes on, this format will continue to be more and more solved.
Yep.
That we will go ahead and see the top decks emerge, if you will, but it really is still in that early time right now, and that's what I'm most excited for, is just seeing all of these different things, seeing all of these different cards be played, and see just what ends up on top. As we do see they're finishing the setup now, it's going to be interesting to see exactly if Weezing is going to be able to take this down, and we do see everything get started, and Trooper Tour Evolving Skies is underway. All right, let's go ahead and see here as we go ahead and get things started. We do see a Fog Crystal from Caitlin that is going to go ahead and let them search out their deck for any Psychic basic Pokemon or Psychic Energy.
It was really a popular card with Shadow Rider, right? Whenever that first came out, we were
seeing a lot of that then, and now we're seeing a lot of it now as well with a lot of item search utility being used, such as the Quick Ball that's being played right now. Quick Ball, of course, being probably the most ubiquitous card in Standard. Moving on from Ultra Ball, which we're getting, it seems like we're going to be getting Ultra Ball again soon to add to all of this. So if you're Inteleon deck with Quick Ball and Level Ball and all of that was not consistent enough, just wait for Ultra Ball to come out here soon.
It'll fix everything.
But we do see that Quick Ball discarding a Marnie to go ahead and search out a second Sobble there after we saw them go ahead and grab that Dragapult V. So it does look to be like a good start. What Caitlin is really going to be looking for here, I think, is to make sure to make that energy attachment as well. And it would seem that they have a plan for that, because otherwise you would have likely seen Quick Ball for Dragapult and then Fog Crystal to get the energy. But we do see that Psychic Energy come down, as one of Dragapult's weaknesses is that if you do fall behind on the energy attachments, other decks can overwhelm you. But we do see a Path to the Peak come out there and a pass.
It seems like a very good, strong, first turn for Caitlin. Another thing that's interesting to highlight is the decks that Levi likes to play, as we saw last time, are things that aren't really conventional. So it is a very big disadvantage. We see some Crushing Hammers coming down and one heads and one tails. But Caitlin knows how this deck works because she's been playing, because it's her brother. So he's kind of at a disadvantage from the the shock factor here to some people. But I mean, it's going to be a good match regardless.
Yeah,
for sure.
it definitely is an interesting dynamic that pulled up on the screen, but that's what Caitlyn was playing on turn 1 there, and where that crushing hammer, that's what I was talking about.
Exactly.
If you fall behind on those energy attachments, that really can be a problem. I wouldn't even be surprised if crushing hammer was an inclusion here from Levi after testing against Caitlyn's Dragapult deck and going, hey, here, so that they can evolve into Weezing with a tool jammer to go ahead and stick onto that active coughing. And the coughing, of course, going to be very interesting, as it does have that ascension ability to go ahead and search out and evolve into Weezing immediately. We do see that ordinary rod come out from Levi to go ahead and shuffle some of those cards that he discarded with his Professor's Research back in. You don't really want to lose some of those important resources at the beginning of the game, so being able to just immediately put them back in on your first turn with an ordinary rod, definitely optimal.
And it is interesting to see, like how this deck sets up, and watching, this coughing, Croagunk deck, and it's really interesting, and it looks to be, he's really built for the long game, right? Like his goal was to play this long drawn out thing where he sticks a guy, kind of like Shocklock, right? And expanded with Raichu. So really interested to see how this goes. I'm excited.
Yeah, and there is the Weezing. It is the shiny version that Levi's got there. Unfortunately, I do not have the shiny version to be able to pull up here, but I will go ahead and get Weezing back up on the screen as we head into Caitlyn's turn. And that is going to have that neutralizing gas we see, where that is going to go ahead and prevent all of his opponent's Pokemon in play from being able to use their abilities. And I mean, more so than that, they just don't have them.
Yeah. So as she evolves into Drizzle, then she's not going to be able to utilize that effect.
Yep,
right?
and really it looks like Caitlyn's hand was very reliant on playing that Drizzile, as we do just see a Dragapult VMAX and a pass there, not even an energy attachment. And this is kind of the start that Levi is really looking to get with his deck. Just catch people off guard where so many people are so reliant on that Drizzile. Something like this Weezing can just run through a game.
And that's the whole thing, right, is this is a new format, so everyone's really excited about all the neat things I can do, and as long as I have Drizzle, it's okay.
Yep.
And then in this situation, very early, we see it sometimes it isn't. And it's interesting to see as we go on how many supporters people are going to play, or if they're going to try to cut down to fit Drizzle.
And see, that is something that I was going to bring up as well. I have personally seen and talking with people at the event, there's been a lot of people just cutting a lot of their supporters because, hey, I've got these level balls and I've always got access to Drizzile. What could go wrong?
Yeah.
We are watching it. And it's really something that you do start seeing these things that stop other things emerge as you're able to find weaknesses in the format, and where all of these decks are built with Drizzile, Weezing could be a very top contender today, if not the top contender.
And you see, like, Caitlyn's deck, we got 4 Professor's Research and 3 Marnie. Only 1 Switch, which is going to be very relevant, too.
We see a great ball from Levi there to look at the top 7 cards of their deck. They are going to go ahead and grab what looks to be a Toxicroak, or baby Toxicroak there, Croagunk there. So we will go ahead and see what is going to happen next. I have a feeling we're going to see that severe poison, and what Toxicroak is going to be able to do is Toxicroak is going to be able to add those 2 extra damage counters to that, so that poison will just continue to stack up. And I mean, at that point, we are talking 6 damage counters in between turns, and that is just going to knock out that Sobble there. And we do see a top decked Raihan, but see, an interesting thing about Raihan there is that Pokemon was not knocked out during Levi's turn, so Raihan is actually not going to work there, or it shouldn't. I'll go ahead and bring up Raihan. I think that's what they're discussing now, because that Pokemon was knocked out during Pokemon Checkup, and we do see that them discuss that there. Unfortunately, Raihan, another strong card to come out of that newest set, but unfortunately, without being able to have that Pokemon actually be knocked out during that last turn, that card just does not have text. So unfortunately, we do see that really just leaving her hand dead here.
And she only does play the 1-of, but in that situation, it's something that she could really have used, and it's unfortunate to see. So I don't know what this turn's going to look like for her.
Honestly, we're just kind of sitting here, and literally, other than evolving into Drizzile for no effect, there's nothing that that Caitlyn can do here. So we do see another great ball as Levi just continues to update this momentum. We'll get the prize updated there for Levi as we do see that Sobble was knocked out.
Really just like a strong effect, you know, from Weezing. If he's able to get set up, and we talked about the crushing hammers being able to do that to keep her off of attacking and putting pressure early. Short of drawing something like a Professor's Research or something here, I don't know what can quickly try to turn the tides for sure.
Exactly. I at this point, you know, you never want to count anybody completely out, but it is not looking great. As I do go ahead and we have Toxicroak up there on the screen. That really is what is
That's
currently
the deck, right?
that is the deck. I mean,
Yeah.
the Weezing is the deck and shutting off that Drizzile, but this is what makes Weezing able to actually take prizes, as we see. Because again, that Toxicroak stacks. So if you get multiple Toxicroak play, we're talking 8 damage counters in Pokemon Checkup, 10 damage counters in Pokemon Checkup. As we do see that Path to the Peak replaced there with the let's see here. It is the Galar Mine to go ahead and see, and that just combos with that poison as well, increasing the retreat cost of the opponent's Pokemon. So not only are they poison and taking 8 to 10 damage counters a turn, but they also can't get out of there.
Absolutely.
So we do see that 6 damage counters come out there. And let's go ahead and see if we can't get Raihan up as well. We were discussing Raihan.
And that's going to be a really interesting supporter we see throughout the day. You know?
Raihan is going to be extremely important to know what's going on. So for those at home that may not know exactly what we were talking about with that Pokemon Checkup, let me go ahead and describe that here as they go ahead and get into these next turns. So Raihan here. So Raihan states that you can only play this card if any of your Pokemon were knocked out during your opponent's last turn. So that Pokemon, that Sobble, was not knocked out during the last turn. It was knocked out in between turns during Pokemon Checkup. So that was the interaction that we were talking about, where they just were not able to play Raihan because the card could not physically be played. But we do see a top-decked Fog Crystal here, so that is going to be able to allow Caitlyn to get an energy attachment down. But again, that's still not really going anywhere. So we do see, because again, that Dragapult is poisoned still. It's going to take another 6 going back into Levi, much less the 6 that it goes happening again.
And is VMAX on 320? Is that how much HP Dragapult?
Yes, so Dragapult VMAX, I'll go ahead and get that pulled up for everyone as well here.
Just to kind of see what option she's going to have, because we know that's the only Pokemon she's really going to have this game.
For sure, and that really is the main attacker. So we do see that Dragapult VMAX there, that 320 HP. Max Phantom Attack, but unfortunately where that Crushing Hammer, honestly, that's the thing. If that Crushing Hammer hadn't been heads or hadn't been a card at all, we're looking at a completely different game where that Dragapult is now Max Phantoming, stacking up those counters. Toxicroak is getting knocked out potentially. And we do see Tails, but we're doubling up. All right, so we do only hit that 1 for 4, but that is the thing on Crushing Hammer. It only took that 1 to get, what, 2 extra turns effectively?
Exactly.
So we do see yet another research there from Levi.
Levi's just on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, just really completely I'm sure that if Levi was picking his cards, he could find a few things that were a little bit more optimal, but honestly, if I'm Levi, my game plan is being executed exactly how I want. This is what I plan. I've got Tool Jammer right here. Let's see. All right. And what that is going to do while we do get that up on the screen, Tool Jammer effectively just lets other tools not have any kind of effect as long as the Pokemon that Tool Jammer is attached to is in the active spot. So let me go ahead and get that pulled up for everybody here. All right, we see Tool Jammer has been very interesting. It has picked up in a lot of utility recently, as we have seen a lot of the evolutions from Evolving Skies have all of their tools. So we do see each evolution has its own set of tools that it's really relying on to be able to attack. But we do see a level ball. There is a level ball from Caitlyn that's going to let them search their deck for any
it's really just Sobble.
Yeah.
You know,
it's really the Sobble Drizzile. Yeah, and there are some other things. Let's take a look at Caitlin's deck list here. We do see that Galarian Zigzagoon as a tech, but I mean, Actually, in actuality, with Caitlyn's deck list, Sobble, Drizzile, and Galarian Zigzagoon are the only things
And
you can
it
get.
doesn't, at this point, it's just searching things to thin the deck to hope to draw
Yeah,
something.
well, honestly, to get another Sobble to just try and survive that long,
Yeah.
as we see Dragapult not long for this world at this point, but the problem is Galarian Zigzagoon, no ability right now. Drizzile, no ability right now. Sobble never had an ability, so really not a card without some type of draw supporter. A few turns ago, it really is just kind of not coming together here, as that Dragapult is going to go up to another 6 damage counters going into this next turn.
And it just shows you the power of locking them for one turn. You know, if Levi would have missed that evolution and she could have evolved to Drizzile, the whole game's different, like you said.
And the thing is with this Weezing deck, we do see that Galarian Moltres that has just quietly been built up on the bench. And by been building up, just happened to be put there last turn and now is ready to go this turn. And that's the kind of thing, once you've taken a few prizes with this Weezing so that you're able to just get ahead, you're really looking at just cleaning up with that Moltres.
And he did take 3 prizes.
Yeah, so we do see those 3 prizes from that VMAX go ahead and leave Levi with just the 2 prizes left. We see the evolution in a Drizzile just to be able to survive the turn. Since it does have that 90 HP, it can take an 80 from the 2 Toxicroak that's in play.
Exactly.
But again, that's just another pass because Evolution Incense leads us to Inteleons that also don't have their ability right now. If we perhaps saw a boss's order from Caitlyn to be able to bring up something that wasn't Weezing, because again, Weezing only works while it's in the active spot. So we could have seen like a boss and then Drizzile to then search the deck for any item.
To try to get a Dragapult or something to try to fight back into this, but
without
not.
Caitlyn just really has not been able to acquire the tools as their opening hand was very reliant on that Drizzile, and with that Coughing just immediately evolving into Weezing, we've seen just an entire steamroll happen after that. All right, and we do see that that Severe Poison go ahead and come out onto Drizzile, and here's kind of the problem.
It's up to 80 too.
It should they should correct that here shortly. Either way, it would be dying going back into the next turn, leaving just that Sobble that will then die going back into the final to both.
We did draw research.
All right, we have played a card this game, so we do see the 7 cards from research happen here. Let's see if Caitlyn is able to just put anything together.
There's a boss's orders, so maybe next turn she can try to do something. I'm optimistic eternally. You know,
sure. So. The main problem that I have here is without Caitlyn being able to remove that Drizzile, there's not going to be a next
She won't shield out.
Because that Drizzile will be knocked out going into Levi's, and then Sobble will be knocked out going into hers, so she just won't even get another one.
She can search a Dragapult here.
Yeah, so we do see that Dragapult off the Fog Crystal, but if I was looking at her hand correctly or was able to see everything, that Fog Crystal was also her only out to an energy attachment this turn either. So yes, we have a Dragapult, but without an energy, it's not really going to be doing anything even next turn.
Yeah.
And that Galarian Moltres that one-shots Dragapult VMAX is just silently sitting on the bench waiting.
So it'll probably be something like that, where if she does send up Dragapult here going into his turn.
Yeah, that we're just going to see a Galarian Moltres into the game. As we do see now, there's not really a way to go ahead and get that Drizzile out of the active without that Fog Crystal having gone to get a Psychic Energy. Not that that was a particularly winning route anyway. That was just a survival route. We do see that Drizzile be knocked out. We will see either of those Pokemon get pushed up here. We see Levi take that 5th prize. Levi's going to take a draw. If we're able to get that Moltres out here, that is just going to be a clean knockout on this Dragapult, as Dragapult is weak to Dark. We can go ahead and get Dragapult V up one final time here.
Yep.
And actually, I will also go ahead and, for everyone at home that may not be aware, the Galarian Moltres.
It's such a strong card, and definitely a card we're going to see all
really
today.
This card, definitely get used to it. That Dire Flame Wings ability, just unbelievably strong. We do see a Marnie from Levi, so not really a way to get that Galarian Weezing out of the active to be able to finish this KO. Perhaps there is going to be a way to do that with this fresh hand.
Regardless, so even if he doesn't find, a solution here, he still has massive board advantage.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Very much in control here.
Levi could potentially just pass for a couple turns, and I think that Levi could still figure this out. And just unfortunately, it's just been a very one-sided game of no one's fault. Just That's just what Weezing produces sometimes.
Yep.
As we do see that evolution instance, go ahead and grab this Dragapult VMAX, just to go ahead and something that we haven't really been able to talk about with all of these tag teams and everything. Special conditions have really been on the back burner for a while here.
Yeah.
So as Caitlyn does evolve here, that poison does heal. So we aren't poisoned anymore going into the next turn.
We have an energy attachment as well.
Yes.
There's some fight left.
And that is that horror energy. Unfortunately, where it's horror energy needs to actually be damaged in order to receive that bonus effect. As we do see Caitlyn go ahead and take a prize to go ahead and knock out that Weezing, but that does unlock this Moltres to go ahead and attach that energy, and that is going to be the end of the game as we see Levi take the win and move on to 1-0 in the Trooper Tour. What a round. What a way to start things off.
We start as we finished with Levi beating something.
Yep, yeah. Levi just figuring it out with a deck that is not on the radar of everyone. I mean, I, of course, we've seen Weezing do some things on some online events. It's not completely unheard of, but it is something that I do think a lot of players are just really excited to be playing their Drizzile variants. Pair their favorite VMAX with Drizzile, have a consistent deck, and Weezing wants you to do none of that.
Yeah, no fun at all.
Yeah.
Except for Levi.
Yeah. Levi 1-0 had a great time. So
unfortunately against his sister, it's probably someone he didn't want to see round one.
Exactly. I mean, could you imagine that feeling, knowing that you're playing Dragapult, knowing you're playing into the Galarian Moltres deck? Not a good feeling. But again, we've got 7 rounds of action here, and then we're also going to have that top 8 cut. So Caitlyn definitely not out of the running. Caitlyn could potentially, Dragapult is an extremely strong deck and should be very well favored today. Of course, those dark decks, you're always going to have matchups that aren't going to be swell in Pokemon.
The dark decks, the Crushing Hammer, Levi's deck, like you said, in a sense, is tooled up to beat Dragapult more than it already would. So hopefully she dodges Crushing Hammers and gets through.
Because the thing that we really didn't see there, Dragapult tends to be very strong against the other Inteleon decks because you're able to build up that bench damage with that Max Phantom. So when you start seeing that spread 5 damage counters, however you want, 5 + 4 is the 9 to KO Drizzile.
Yeah, exactly.
5 + 1 with Galarian Zigzagoon is the 6 on a Sobble. You start seeing those prizes add up, and unfortunately where those energy attachments just didn't come down, those supporters didn't come, we just didn't get to see that.
Hopefully, I mean, we'll see, follow her in this tournament too and see, kind of how she ends up and what happens. I'm sure we'll have Dragapult on camera too. That's a deck I'm really excited to see.
For sure. And of course, chat, if there's any decks or anything that you're excited to see, be sure to let us know in chat. I do see a few questions here. It's looking like we've got a question on if Levi was running Sableye V. I don't believe Levi has Sableye V in his deck.
I talked to him before this event and asked him because that is a popular card that people are playing in dark decks. And when you hear somebody playing dark, you're like, oh, it's Sableye. And Levi said he just didn't feel like he needed it with this list. And in that game, he didn't. So I'm interested to see, I plan to talk to him again in a few rounds and see how it's going and see if he wishes he would have had it. Yeah. But right now, it didn't.
Yeah, it definitely has a lot of utility with the damage count spread and everything. Again, though, I'm trusting Levi. Levi, winner of the last Trooper Tour and 1-0 in this one. Yeah. And as we watched, Levi clearly has play tested this deck, knows exactly what he wants to be doing. We'll see if it all works out for him in the end. But I'm very excited to see how that ends up and see just how many Drizzile opponents he's able to make sad today.
Probably a lot. He probably wants to see a lot.
It's at least one.
Yeah, it is at least one.
I have proof. So, all right. Well, everyone, I do think that we are going to take a short break here. So, yeah, we may be back with something else before the next round, but at minimum, we will be back for the next round. Again, if you all want to see anything in particular or you have any questions for us or anything, first of all, make sure that you are checking in on us at cardtroopergames.com, where we are always selling all types of booster packs, sealed product, everything that you could imagine, singles, everything under the sun. We really want to just make this a community for everyone and be able to provide that for everyone. We've got a lot of exciting things to come today, and we are going to have a wonderful day full of action.
I'm so excited. I love watching this game, and it's going to be super, super fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun. So we will check in with you all in a few. Again, thank you so much.
See you guys in a second.
All right, Trooper Tour fans, and welcome back to Trooper Tour Evolving Skies. I am James Arnold here with Stephen Durham, and we are Card Trooper Games. We are trying to get everything ready here for the second round. We do have an interesting matchup coming up. Do you want to let me know what you're excited for in the interesting matchup and what we've got?
Well, Umbreon, getting to see Umbreon VMAX is like a card that I was super excited for when it got spoiled. That Lycanroc ability, if you guys are familiar with the game a few years ago, getting to see that with a strong hitter like Single Strike, you know, very much has that just that good old-fashioned feel to it, to like pull up whoever I want, hit them really hard, and versus a Suicune deck that's also really exciting. I don't know how Suicune plays yet, so
I will be able to let you know. Let's go ahead and hop into this game scene as we are going ahead and getting the players set up here.
They're sitting there waiting for our
we do see that here as we've got everything set up, and we do see that Suicune up on top as we see the players going ahead and finishing up that setup, getting their shuffling done. So let me go ahead and go through a few of these cards here while we do get set up. So on the left-hand side here with Ryan, we are going to be seeing the Suicune Inteleon Ludicolo deck, and what that is Suicune V. This card, a lot of people when first reading this card, really, it doesn't read like a card that is as strong as it is.
Sure.
However, this card, 210 HP, the ability, very simple. Once per turn while it's active, you can draw a card. So it literally just inherent, that one card doesn't seem like much. When you're doing that 4, 5, 6 turns, it starts adding up real fast. So, and we do see that Blizzard Rondo attack. That attack does 20 damage plus 20 more for each benched Pokemon on both sides of the field. So this card, that damage, you wouldn't think that was that big, but you start talking about you have a full bench, that is 120 starting.
Yeah.
So then if your opponent has any benched Pokemon at all, you start being able to 2-hit KO VMAXs very quickly. Yeah. Combine that with Melanie, which is able to accelerate water energy from the discard pile, attach it from there to a Pokemon V, like a Suicune.
These are all the tools that we've seen from Ice Rider, right?
Yep. This in effect, Ice Rider still does exist, but this is in effect the next evolution of Ice Rider as we see this game get underway. And Ryan going to go ahead and attach that capture energy to Suicune and also do 2 level balls. So just shortcutting here, he didn't forget that ability, but that capture energy is going to go ahead and allow him to search his deck for any basic Pokemon and put it on to his bench as I go ahead and get that here.
It looks like we're getting Sobbles and a Lotad.
Yeah, we do see those Sobbles going ahead and coming out. All right. Yeah, there's that capture energy. So when that is attached, you're able to search your deck for any basic Pokemon, and we do see those 2 Sobbles and that Lotad. Now, that's the part
James,
that
I'm very excited to hear you talk about Lotad here.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
The utility that card brings to this deck.
Yeah, so there's definitely, it is definitely in the deck. So Ludicolo is a very, very interesting Pokemon card. Let's go ahead and get Ludicolo, my friend, brought up onto screen here. Let's see here. There it is.
Now, the biggest argument for him inherently now is that when he does evolve, he does that 100 extra damage, right? Your active Pokemon does. So giving Suicune the ability to one-shot these VMAXs, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, if we did all live in magical Christmas land, playing a bunch of rare candies would allow Suicune to consistently one-shot VMAXs. And while that is a reality that can come to fruition with the Inteleon line, with those Drizziles searching out the cards to make that happen, we will see that at some point today. I promise.
Oh, I'm excited.
Now, a lot of players have come to the conclusion with Ludicolo that it ends up being unnecessary, as you do end up 2-shotting a lot of VMAXs anyway. You start getting into that 160 because, again, you're doing 120 if your opponent does not have any benched Pokemon. So if they have 3 benched Pokemon, you're doing 180 twice, which is going to 2-shot any VMAX in the game. Now, Ludicolo, a single Ludicolo, 280, you're still not one-shotting a clean VMAX. And that kind of is the argument that a lot of players have found. Unless you're setting up this giant double Ludicolo turn to KO a clean VMAX, it can feel a little underwhelming. But that kind of is the Ludicolo. And obviously for Ryan, Ryan seems to be doing just fine with Ludicolo so far. So let's go ahead and see here. We do see Matt Kelly playing the single strike deck, and this kind of it's interesting because with him being a local player here, has been playing at the shop since
Yeah.
we opened. He has been playing this single strike deck since Battle Styles came out.
Yep.
And obviously there have been more single strike cards and more cards in general and a complete rotation since then, but it has been cool being able to see that deck evolve and a player just really stick to their guns and really enjoy that. And as we do see that Umbreon V, which you were talking about, really be the card that has kind of changed this deck. So if you could go ahead and just talk to us one more time with that up and really explain to people what that ability does and how good that can be.
And like you see in so Umbreon VMAX, when it evolves, it's going to take a bench Pokemon and bring it to the front. You know, like Boss's Orders is the supporter, but you get it on a body. And that works very well with single strike, being able to dish out a lot of damage at once. So what you'll see Matt try to do here is take an Urshifu, you know, a single strike, VMAX evolve it, build that up, and then start hitting, you know, one at a time these Suicune Vs to just one hit KO them, and then have, you know, these Umbreons on the bench hoping to evolve them to VMAXs to continue that, and letting you be able to use supporters. Like what is his kit here? You know, Bruno's and Marnie's instead of Boss's Orders. You know, getting to use other things to keep going versus having to use that supporter slot to bring up what you want to hit.
And what I think is most interesting about Umbreon VMAX this time is not only being able to like gust out things like a Lotad here, and see that's another thing. Lotad having just like that small amount of HP. Easy target, and then you're playing a bunch of Ludicolo's that can fall apart. But the most interesting about Umbreon is its dark typing, because Umbreon can become an attacker that is now one-shotting Dragapult VMAX, is one-shotting Shadow Rider, Calyrex. That we've really seen that type of transition as we've seen Houndoom be able to go ahead and power up Umbreon in addition to just that single strike Urshifu that we are perhaps used to.
Now, single strike energy counts as any color.
So single strike energy, let me go ahead and get that brought up for you here. So single strike energy is very interesting because it is actually a fighting energy and dark energy at the same time, and then it also allows it the Pokemon that's attached to do 20 more damage. And what we're going to be getting this with is actually the Houndoom that we did see Matt just go ahead and double evolution instance to really get set up. And let me go ahead and get Houndoom brought up for everyone at home, because this card again also kind of harkens back to the past and some of the older cards from the game's history, as this card is able to go ahead and attach single strike energy from you, and we'll see those urns of vitality continue to reshuffle those single strike energy back into the deck. But Houndoom, really the engine here, is we do see those single strike energies coming out of Matt's deck. It's going to be interesting to see if he does put those onto Umbreon here, or if he does go ahead and just start stacking up that Urshifu to try and KO Suicune next turn, since that Umbreon did take quite the big hit there from Suicune on that previous turn. But we do see those energies get attached to that Urshifu onto the bench, as Matt goes ahead and places those damage counters, as Houndoom does place 2 damage counters for doing that ability. Of course, that would be just an insane ability if you were just able to do that. And there is actually the first Crobat V of the day. We've kind of seen a decrease in play in Crobat V as we've moved into this format. If for no other reason than all of these decks are playing this Sobble Drizzile line, then wants all of their bench space to be that. So we have actually seen kind of a decrease in Crobat, whereas opposed to previously before rotation, Dedenne and Crobat and all of that type of speed was really taking up your bench spaces. All right, and we do see Matt grabbing a Umbreon V with Quick Ball so that they can go ahead and get that onto the bench and be able to gust something up without using Boss's Orders for their supporter next time.
Yeah, definitely like executing that game plan, you know, of like he's going to let this Umbreon go, you know, in the active spot, presumably here, and be able to come up, take the knockout with a single strike, and then have that Umbreon be on the bench to be able to pull something else up next. And you can kind of see that game plan working its way out in, you know, format. It's definitely a big turn for him to get set up in preparation to do that.
For sure. As we see this Marnie go ahead and come out, it's interesting to see just how much of a turn Matt had prior to even playing a supporter there.
Let's see what he does here.
All right, and we do see
Is this a burn tower? What is this stadium?
yes,
Here,
so let me
let's-
go ahead and get that tower brought up for you. So that is the single strike tower, and what that actually does is a really interesting ability for the single strike deck. We see that Tower of Darkness. Once during each player's turn, that player may draw 2 cards, but you have to discard any single strike card from your hand in order to do that.
Okay.
So it is just another extension engine to get some more draw power after you've thinned that deck of those energies with Houndoom each turn.
Sure.
So we do see where that single strike was brought up there, and we did see some prizes taken from Matt. We are going to go ahead and get... It looks like Ryan is searching his deck now for that Drizzile here, and it's going to be interesting to see just how big of a turn, how many Drizziles we're going into, because this is really going to be Ryan's turning point to build his board in response to what Matt was able to take care of last
You
week.
saw his big turn of setting up with these Houndooms and getting the single strike out, loaded up and ready with the Umbreon on the bench. So this is a very important turn for Ryan, and it'll definitely, I think, dictate the rest of this match for sure.
For sure. It is definitely going to be interesting. We are going to need to see a pretty big turn here, and we could even see a KO here since we do have that Suicune.
Yep.
Currently 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 based on his board, and we do see a full 100 damage from Matt as well. So it does look like we are just going to see a clean KO on this Urshifu.
Which is a very big deal when you look at Matt's bench at this point. Like, he doesn't have one ready right now.
Yeah.
To immediately come back and hit with. So
And while Matt was able to get that big turn, get that air balloon onto that Umbreon, get that out of the active, get that single strike Urshifu to go ahead and knock out that Suicune, it could end up costing Matt since we don't see an Urshifu to be able to go into an Urshifu VMAX. And that really is going to be the problem since where those Houndoom damage counters are always going to weaken whatever they attach the energy to.
yeah.
It can let Suicune actually be able to one-hit KO of these other V Pokemon.
Yeah.
So we really are going to want to try and see a single strike Urshifu VMAX come down, and without an Urshifu V in play to be able to evolve that into, it's going to be interesting to see how this game plays out. I do think we'll end up seeing an Umbreon attack next turn, potentially, since that Umbreon VMAX attack, 160 with 2 single strike energy is going to hit 200. If we can get 3 single strike energy, that is going to go up to 220 and be able to knock out this Suicune. And that really is going to be what we're going to want to see here, I think. If I was Matt, that's probably what my game plan would be, but I'm interested to see what Matt is going to bring to the table as far as what to do next.
Absolutely. So he starts by bringing up the Umbreon that's already taken damage.
Yep. We are going to need to see now with those 3 single strike energies needed, and 2 of them being in the discard pile. We are going to need to see that Urn of Vitality go ahead and get those back. So we do see an attachment of a single strike energy to the active, and then a Skyla get played. One of my favorite supporters of all time, actually. A card that I have used many, many times through the years to great effect. Just cleanly search your deck for any trainer card. But that trainer card that we're searching for, again, that Urn of Vitality. So let's go ahead and get that up on the screen here, because that is going to be the key to this turn. That Urn of Vitality shuffles 2 single strike energy from your discard into your deck. Just consistently doing that. We do see those energies get attached to that Umbreon here via that Houndoom.
Currently sitting,
abilities.
180.
We do see that single strike Urshifu go ahead and replace the fallen one from last turn. And it does look like we'll see a KO from just the base Umbreon V there on that Suicune. So, Matt, again, only 2 prizes left. As we do see Drizzile come out here, let's see what Ryan is able to put together, because we don't have a Suicune in play.
No.
We don't have a Suicune in play with an energy on it for sure, so we would really need to see a Melanie in order for Suicune to go ahead and do anything here. And then even then, we're looking at a situation of, is Matt going to be able to just set up another KO turn on a clean Suicune, which the single strike deck really is capable of doing consistently.
And that's what my favorite thing about this deck is the second you set up, he was able to set up 2 Houndooms, right? So everything he presents now is immediately ready, so, and he has the Umbreon on the bench, like we said. So if he needs a knockout on this Suicune and it's not being presented, all he has to do is evolve to bring it up, to kill it, to now, to take this game with 2 prizes left. So I'm very interested to see. We do see a Melanie in Ryan's hand here. to see kind of what's going to happen. But it looks
so
like
we
it's
do
gonna take
see
the-
that quick
Yep.
shooting go ahead and mid-turn allow Ryan to also go down to 2 prizes and
Yep.
finish off that Umbreon that was right on the brink there. We see Matt promoting Houndoom just to make sure that he does not lose without some type of gust effect taking place, because in theory there could potentially be a situation where Ryan could set up some big turn here and actually get a KO. Ludicolo this would be the time for you if you were
If we
going to
need
do
it.
something.
Yep.
But I do believe at the very beginning of this turn, we did see that Lotad actually evolve
Yeah.
into Lombre, which would prevent that from happening. So we do see that capture energy go ahead and get attached to Suicune. Find that Sobble, put that onto the bench. Yeah, that's not going into the hand. So that does go ahead and fill that bench there, as capture energy is just so important to just continuously allow you to refill your bench, where Suicune just needs that one water energy in order to be able to use that attack. I'm going to bring capture energy back up there, since it is just such a pivotal part of the deck, filling your bench constantly. As we see that Sobble active evolve into Drizzile once again.
Yep.
We're going to just keep going through as we see that Cape of Toughness. Now that is going to be very interesting moving into the next turn, as Cape of Toughness on Suicune could prevent a KO, as that is going to give Suicune an additional 50 HP. All right, and let's see here.
Let's see.
All right, so we do see that Melanie go ahead and attach that water energy to Suicune. Melanie, just such a huge card out of the
He's able to take the knockout here, and we did see him get a boss's orders.
Now here's the biggest thing about that. So yes, we are on the brink here. The game will be ending one way or another soon. Now the thing here is, where Matt did promote that Houndoom,
Yep,
preventing him from losing the game by one of those Vs getting knocked out, now we can only get one additional
extra,
attachment
yeah.
of a single strike energy.
Absolutely.
So with most of these attacks really needing multiple energy in order to do that, Matt may not be able to return with an attack this turn, much less.
Does Urshifu VMAX have an attack?
Sure, so let's go ahead and bring up the Urshifu VMAX to go ahead and show everybody what that has. So here's the single strike Urshifu VMAX.
He doesn't.
Yeah, so exactly. So Urshifu VMAX, the single strike version, where the Rapid Strike version has that one energy attack, we really do see that here. But we are going to see an interesting one here, as we actually have from Matt the single strike Scroll of Scorn. So let me go ahead and see if I can get that brought up for everyone, as that is going to be extremely interesting. So that single strike Scroll of Scorn, not a card that we see all the time, but it is a card that is going to be pivotal to this game. As we see that Furious Anger is actually going to be a 1 energy attack on that Urshifu VMAX. Now, we did see that boss's orders. I'm not quite sure that this is going to end up working out, but what Matt is really going to be going for here is just trying to set up a 2-hit KO on that, while presenting a Pokemon that cannot be knocked out by that Suicune in theory. We do see that Tool Scrapper going to answer that Cape of Toughness. That is definitely part 1 of the equation.
But with this boss's orders in Ryan's hand, it doesn't. I don't see a path right now, short of Matt doing something crazy to where he's able to get rid of the Suicune or prevent Ryan from just boss's ordering up this other Houndoom and killing it. So
yeah.
We'll see. Matt's still thinking on things right now, but I don't see a path right this second. So we see a single strike energy attached to Urshifu here. And a Marnie.
There's a Marnie, so that is boss's orders. Now, and the other thing is, well, yeah, so we do have 2 Sobbles ready to try and get out of there. So we do see a Melanie to draw some cards, and that level ball is going to be that Drizzile that's going to be able to grab any trainer card.
It just shows you the versatility that Drizzle's going to add. If you get Marnie here and you, in other decks, just don't have Marnie or have boss's orders, you don't get to do it the next turn. But having Drizzle to be able to go get it is so powerful.
Yeah, and
to close out games like this.
I know that the vast majority of people are well acquainted at this point, but just in case, I'm going to go ahead and get probably the most played card in the tournament,
Easily,
if not
so
the
far.
format.
Yep.
and it is this Drizzile from Sword and Shield. That Shady Dealings ability allowing when an evolution takes place of this Drizzile to go ahead and search out any trainer card. We see that Drizzile next to that boss's orders as if it was meant to be, and we do see Ryan taking the win over Matt Kelly there.
He's going to move to 2-0.
Yep, moving over to 2-0 as we go ahead and switch back here.
That was a good game.
That was a good game. What a game there that we did see. It is very interesting to see that single strike deck, unfortunately not coming out with a win, but it's interesting to just see something different there. While that single strike deck has been popular in a lot of online tournaments recently, seeing it in person, seeing it get played in this way, and seeing if that single strike scroll of scorn could have potentially turned things around was fun.
And it was close, you know, and you see very quickly how powerful that deck is. And even though Matt did lose this game, he was one turn away, effectively,
for sure.
You know, and how strong that could be if he would have had another basic or anything to be able to keep him off of that second Houndoom.
Yeah,
you know,
and see, and that was kind of the thing that I was talking about before, where the Suicune deck is just so consistent with Suicune itself, the Drizzile line, everything like that. It really is able to just consistently capture energy, filling your bench, especially with those Sobbles. And Melanie just not only making sure that you always have those 2 energy to use Blizzard Rondo with Suicune, but also to continuously draw more cards on top of that. And that is why, personally, as we saw that game, Ludicolo did not do anything. Of course, Ryan, 2-0. Moving forward, I'm sure it will come in handy.
We'll see
but it's just games like those where I have been playing a lot with Suicune variants. It personally, that Ludicolo just continues to underwhelm me. But I'm going to be interested to see just how well that is able to do, both Ryan and the Suicune Ludicolo deck in general, which has been a popular one so far.
And I've seen when going through players here today that are playing Suicune without Ludicolo.
Okay.
So it's definitely preference at this point, and the format is young, so we'll see as we go forward.
It could just end up being that is in effect something that gets phased out as time goes on and the deck gets optimized. But it's very interesting just to see the metagame, see things differently. It's very nice to see a complete change of pace. If you'll notice, all of these decks are evolving Pokemon.
Yeah.
All of them.
Another trend, if you'll notice, both of these decks don't get through a Weezing very well.
That is true.
It's something I'm personally keeping my eye on.
Houndoom and Umbreon not having their abilities, and Crobat not swell cards in that scenario. We also, of course, Suicune and Inteleon, the Drizzile, and Ludicolo. We can argue about how well Ludicolo's ability, or how good Ludicolo's ability is all day, but if Weezing's in play, it just doesn't have one. So
it's going to be very relevant, and these are the kind of decks that we're seeing, and it's wide open. There's a lot of diversity, and I'd say we'll start seeing it pan out as we get closer to time, for sure.
For sure. And I'm very excited to see what's going on with everything. We're going to go ahead and take a short break here. We're going to go ahead and try and get a meta breakdown for you guys moving into the next round. We should be able to come on with that before round 3. I'm very interested to see what the most played deck is today. If you just had to take a guess, what would you think the most played deck is?
Probably Dragapult. If I had to, it's some Drizzle deck for sure.
Yeah.
Probably Dragapult.
If I were to take just a shot in the dark, I would say that Suicune Variants is probably the most popular deck, but we also have seen a lot of Sylveon VMAX.
That's true.
And I personally am very excited for the Sylveon deck to hopefully get on stream, as I'm a very, very big Eevee fan. For those that are not aware, this last set has been a dream of mine, and I'm very excited both to see all of the different evolutions to get on stream, to see Sylveon working with Blaziken, another big favorite personally of mine. But I'm just super excited moving forward, as there's listen to all of the Pokemon that we are talking about. None of them are ADPs, so
none of them are tag teams.
Honestly, I'm having a great time. But we are going to go ahead and go to a short break here. We really appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, cardtroopergames.com for all of your card game needs. We're going to have a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and go to this break and see what we can do.
All right, we'll see you all soon. Thank you so much.
All right, Trooper Tour, and we are back live. Welcome back to the Trooper Tour. I'm James, and this is Steven, and we are having some fun heading into round 3 here. I'm about to have the time of my life. I don't know about you. Are you excited for what we've got happening?
I'm kind of scared, man. To be honest, Zacian is a Pokemon I
Yep.
was very glad to have not seen yet.
Oh, yeah, that, just in case you were wondering, Zacian not going
Okay,
anywhere.
I don't know why I thought that I wouldn't have to see Zacian today.
Probably because you would think that if it no longer took extra time,
Yeah.
so we are going to see Zacian Zamazenta, the new iteration of that deck,
Yeah.
and by that I mean it's literally that's what you are doing. Zacian and Zamazenta V, like that. It's just like the Lucario Melmetal deck from the past, but without that card.
Sure.
But it has proven itself as a very consistent, strong deck at the beginning of this format, at least. And
That's awesome.
And it really does just do its thing. Very, very powerful. Very reminiscent of the Darkrai EX decks from back in the day.
We have Kevin Kate playing Rayquaza, which I'm very excited for that.
Oh, I'm so
You
happy.
get some Flaffies in here.
Flaffy, my boy.
We're on an Ampharos, which is fantastic.
I also am on an Infernos.
I'm very excited with some Kricketune V. So
Yeah.
Kevin's list looks really cool.
Let's go ahead and
Let's get it.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
really
hop
excited.
into the game scene here as we go ahead and start round 3 of the Trooper Tour. All right, it looks like our players are set up and good to go, and we will go ahead and start that timer here.
Kricketune, James.
We
what does
got
Kricketune do?
Kricketune. So I do have that Rayquaza VMAX up. That is going to be the card we're going to be getting into. But let's go ahead and pull up the Kricketune V, which is a very powerful card that has really proven itself as a draw engine throughout the entirety of the format. So we do see that exciting stage ability, and what that does is it allows you to draw cards until you have 3 in your hand, but if Kricketune is the active Pokemon and using that ability, once per turn you get to draw until you have 4 cards in your hand. So what you'll see a lot of times is promoting that with an air balloon in order to retreat it, and just guarantee like after a Marnie you can play a few cards out and then draw back up to 4.
With Rayquaza, right? It's a very good.
Yeah,
obviously,
especially with
ultimate team,
Rayquaza,
yep.
then additionally drawing extra
Yep.
cards. It's just a really good way to go ahead and power through that deck. But we do see that Zacian use that Intrepid Sword ability and kind of set up just a really strong turn, get an energy down, draw some extra cards as we see the Mareep train begin to roll into town. And I am the conductor, and let's go ahead and just get Flaffy up and rolling. I'm so excited. Dynamotor is back in standard, and we're seeing it on camera today. The world is healing. We do see Flaffy and what Flaffy does with that Dynamotor ability. This is an ability we've seen for a very long time throughout time. We've seen it on Malamar. We've seen it on Bronzong. We've seen it on Electric back in the day. Me and you jamming games back in the day of Darkrai versus Electric. But this is kind of the new rendition of that, and it allows you to just continuously have a source of lightning energy coming back every turn from your discard pile. And a strategy as old as time, even initially back as far as 2003 with Blaziken from Ruby Sapphire, is when we've seen this strategy kind of just continuously be a part of the game since. And it's really cool to see that even in 2021, we still are seeing this type of strategy be a powerful strategy, as we just see energy search there. Probably going to go ahead and grabbing another lightning energy. You just want to fill your discard pile with those types of cards, as we see. Okay, so that card is going to allow them to go ahead and discard their hand, search their deck for any 2 cards. So let's go ahead and get that pulled up here. And this
Rose, right?
Yeah, no, not Rose.
That wasn't Rose. I got excited.
No, I got you. Here we go. Let's go ahead and get
yep.
this brought up here. This is a card that I'm actually super interested in seeing. So it is Peony. So let's go ahead and get Peony up on the screen here. A card from Chilling Reign that has really started to see play with the introduction of this format. So we do see the Peony here. It allows you to discard your hand and search your deck for up to 2 trainer cards. You do have to show them to show that they're trainer cards, but that really just guarantees you a good hand to go ahead and set up and make sure that you have your Rayquaza train rolling the next turn. But again, I mean, look at what we're looking at with this Rayquaza. We're looking at Rayquaza with the draw ability. We're looking at Flaffy, making sure you have these energy. Wheezing
Yep.
would just shut that deck down. But
Yep.
we do see here the Rotom Phone coming out from James. So what that is doing is that is going to go ahead and allow them to rearrange the top cards of their deck. So let's go ahead and see if we can just get that brought up tier 2, as that is yet another interesting card.
There's so many, and where we talk about how young the format is, all of these random cards that we've not seen before are finding homes in these decks. So I'm very excited for cards like Rotom Phone that we would have never.
Yeah, that you would never have pulled a Rotom Phone from a pack and gone, this is the card. But it has actually really seen a lot of play in so many of these decks. As it being able to just rearrange the top cards of your or of your deck really is just such a powerful ability, because you're able to go ahead and rearrange. For instance, here you can put Metal Energies on top of the deck with both the Oranguru or with Rotom Phone in order to accelerate them with Zacian V. We do see Intrepid Sword there drawing 3 cards for James, not able to put that together though. As we see Kevin start the turn with a drawn card in it, and we do have that Fire Energy, so we are going to be able to attack. But now let's go ahead and bring up this Zamazenta, and because that is kind of going to dictate the pace of the game. So we've got Zamazenta V here, and what that does is it prevents all damage being done to it from Pokemon VMAX. So we can actually bring out that Rayquaza VMAX and then still attack with it. We would need to be able to use that Rayquaza V to actually attack through the Zamazenta. But see, the problem there is Rayquaza V has enough hit points where it gets knocked out by Zacian, whereas the VMAX would not. So we really see that
the dance between the two.
The dance between the two, and Zamazenta really just dictating the pace of the game, because while Rayquaza V can put out a reasonable amount of damage in time, it is still presenting a 210 HP attacker that can be one-shot by this Zacian on the bench. So we do see this go ahead and evolve into that Rayquaza VMAX, and then Kricketune drawing until they have the 4 cards in hand, since it is in the active spot.
It's such a familiar concept, and one that anybody that's played, has seen time and time again, like you said, and it's because it's so powerful. Anytime these effects are in standard, they're relevant, and Rayquaza's not a deck, no matter how tuned up the format gets, that will be going away anytime soon for sure.
Exactly. And it's what's really interesting is these electric style decks, these 90 HP accelerate the energy from the discard pile decks, they really have been at their best in standard when level ball was legal, and we do see level ball really facilitating a lot of this now, in addition to Evolution Incense, another card that these style decks haven't really had access to. Malamar did get it there right at the tail end of its legality, but it's been a lot of fun just seeing this Rayquaza deck come back, really be reminiscent of the old days. We do see a retreat into this Mareep here, as what Kevin is really trying to do is just try and set up a board where they have enough time to have all their flaffies, have everything ready, so that even if we do get into a KO war and we start dancing, we send up a Rayquaza to KO Zamazenta, Zacian KOs that, then Rayquaza VMAX can KO Zacian, and just trying to get into that board setup, because unless you are fully set up and able to do that flawlessly, you can run into problems, as Zacian will just go ahead and run through you.
And we see the switch up for Zacian after a Tool Scrapper to take off the air balloon on the Kricketune. A lot of things happening for James this turn for sure.
Yeah, we do see that Oranguru being able to swap the top card of the deck, and that is an interesting one, because that facilitates a few things. So let's go ahead and get Oranguru brought up here. This is a personal favorite card of mine in the standard format, and has been for a while, because it allows you to switch a card from your hand with the top card of your deck, and what that can end up doing is you can then put a card on top of your deck to then draw with Marnie. Since Marnie does not shuffle your hand into your deck, you can set up a supporter for the next turn, so to prevent yourself from getting Marnied. But also in this deck, it can put Metal Energy on top of your deck to then Intrepid Sword into a Zacian, and then power up your board.
A lot of utility. And you get to see cards like that since ADP's gone, and cards powerful like Zacian find new partners to enable them to be good and competitive against these other very strong strategies too.
And we do also see the Crystal Cave come into play here, and that is once per each player's turn, that player may heal 30 damage from each of their Metal Pokemon and Dragon Pokemon. So that is just yet another piece here of you may be able to slowly heal some if that is able to stay in play over multiple turns as you're presenting multiple different Zacians or different attackers. Very reminiscent of the card Rough Seas from back in the day that would heal water and electric Pokemon in the same way.
For sure.
All right, we do see that Ampharos. It looks like Kevin is reading his own Ampharos there. Which,
You got to double check.
Oh, I
sometimes.
can't blame him. It's very exciting to just see Ampharos be played, but what the utility of that is Ampharos would be another Pokemon that could hit something like
The
a Zamazenta.
yeah.
It could present, like, where you're playing all these flappies anyway, you know, sometimes you may just need to attack in with anything that's a one-prizer to set up for a KO or to KO something that your other Pokemon can't hit.
Or it's something they don't usually account for. You know, the biggest thing I've noticed in playing against decks like Malamar or Rayquaza, you know, Eels in the past is, like, you get so locked in on I have to kill this Rayquaza VMAX that they're a lot of times able to promote something smaller, load it up too, and then use that and really mess up your game plan for counting up prizes to take a victory. So Ampharos is great in the deck for that same reason too.
Yeah,
It's just
we are seeing this Rayquaza
Yep,
VMAX be
he's
brought
gonna
up.
do it.
We are going to see a knockout
Yep.
on that Zamazenta. So,
Kevin's
let's go
gonna
ahead and take
swing.
those prizes here.
Kevin takes 2 prizes, goes down to 4.
Yep. All right, and let's see how James is going to be
It's
able to respond. To that.
Always a big turn after the first knockout. It's always really important how the other person responds to that. You know, because this is his opportunity. He's got the Rayquaza up. There's no energy on it. We see a load up of Zacian here.
Yep. As we see that Cape of Toughness there, just another way to try and make Zacian just last longer. Where Zacian and Zamazenta don't have any type of VMAXs or anything like that. They just are themselves
More vulnerable. I mean, in a heavy hitting format with all these VMAXs.
It still is a little bit of shock to me that I could sit here and say that 220 HP Pokemon might be a little frail sometimes, but that is just kind of the world that we live in at this point. All right, we do see a boss's order is going to go ahead and pull out that bench Rayquaza. As we see, we're going to try and get the KO there on that Rayquaza. And what that's going to do is that's going to leave Kevin seemingly with just a VMAX and just trying to build the game in a way to where that Zamazenta might be able to finish things up. As we see James take those prizes there on Rayquaza, and Kricketune goes ahead and gets promoted once again.
Yep. James's whole plan here is to leave Kevin with only a Rayquaza VMAX and a loaded Zamazenta on his side so he can't hit it.
And that is where that Ampharos may end up actually seeing some play.
And that's a neat thing that we know that he plays that, but James probably doesn't.
It's definitely something that can be assumed that it does exist, but you don't really know for sure until it's on the board. And obviously, you're not going to be evolving into that Ampharos until it's time to party.
hit it. We see him evolution incense into another Flaffy here.
Yep, just building up that bench so that and that's another thing when you're looking at a deck like Flaffy, where especially this Flaffy Rayquaza deck, where Rayquaza is able to just discard your hand and draw 3, and Flaffy just continuously is going to power up your bench. You are one of, if not the most Marnie resistant decks in the game once you're set up.
Yep.
If you're able to get to that board state where you, like we've got right now, where it's Flaffies and Rayquazas and we're just partying, like this really is just what you want to see out of that Rayquaza deck, because we're going to see that Rayquaza VMAX knock out that Zacian once again at the end of this turn. As Kricketune going to go ahead and draw that extra card there, we are going to see that promotion of this Rayquaza VMAX, and then that KO is going to go ahead and come out on to Zacian with that that max burst attack from Rayquaza VMAX.
Yep, taking him down to 2 prizes most likely. Well, the Cape of Toughness, that's still plenty.
Yeah, no,
It's still on
Rayquaza's not really interested in not KOing. 8, 16, 24, 32. So that is going to be plenty of damage there, as we see the players just double-checking the math, making sure everything is good as they should, and we see that promotion of Zamazenta. But the problem here is, again, we don't have another attacker powered up. We don't even have a very large hand. I'm not seeing Metal Saucers. This could be ending soon.
And you see, back to you talking about Rayquaza being a Marnie resistant deck, right? We saw last round, Drizzle decks can be very Marnie resistant. Marnie's such a powerful supporter, and every deck plays it. These decks are constructed now in a way to fight through that. And some, like Rayquaza inherently is. But with these Drizzle decks and Drizzle being so popular, really shows how powerful Marnie is as a supporter.
Yeah, and we see that that Oranguru draw that Marnie right there, and we are going to see that be the next card played here. As even when that deck is resistant to it, you're just trying to make sure that they go ahead and don't have the resources that they were planning on having going into the next turn at the minimum.
Well, after that knockout, you see Kevin has so many cards, so he's seen so many
being added to the hand at the end of turn, and Marnie just really trying to because that's the thing, Flaffy only powers up binged Pokemon, just like all those other friends from the past. So that Rayquaza still has to make its way back to the bench and then make its way back up front. So we really still need to see some type of switch. And I didn't get a look at all of them, but I didn't see a switch, I don't think. I saw a couple quick balls. But quick balls with a full bench is not really what you're looking for. We see the switch on James's side. But again, that's the thing. Kevin may have an opportunity here to really not mind taking a turn off of not being able to do everything that he wants to do, because if James isn't putting pressure on him either, we're still just eventually being able to do whatever we want with our Flaffy board.
We run like a manual attachment and a pass effectively with a Marnie.
Let's see if Kevin's able to put together here.
So we got two quick balls, a level ball here.
Yeah, we do see that level ball going and come out. And see, the thing now is let's just thin the deck, because we still have that Rayquaza ability itself. And that really, Rayquaza ability into a switch, into that Kricketune to then draw a new hand again.
With the air balloon on Kricketune.
Really going to be what we're looking at. As I bring up Rayquaza once again to go ahead and look at the ability this time, that Azure Pulse. Once during your turn, you may discard your hand and draw 3 cards. Now, an important clarification on that: if he were to get another Rayquaza VMAX on the bench into play, you can try again. And that really is going to be what I think we're going to see. But that would also leave him without access to a Rayquaza V that could hit these Zamazintas that are the only 2 prize Pokemon left on that board. We are going to have to fight through those at some point in some way.
And you could see him now try to dig through to find an Ampharos potentially to two-shot them as well.
That is, especially with no pressure out for that Ampharos, and potentially where Zamazinta only hits for 130 HP. Let me go ahead and see if I can't get Ampharos itself brought up.
I want to think it was at 150.
Yeah, I remember very 150, but we are going to take a look here.
Let's see which one he has.
Yeah, it is the Chilling Rain one there. So that is, we're going to go ahead and get that onto the screen for everyone here so that we can all see exactly if that is going to come into play or not. All right, as we do see Ampharos making its way to the screen now. With that Searchlight Tail, your opponent reveals their hand, and if you find any energy cards there, that is going to be a 2 energy 180 damage attack on a 160 HP Pokemon, where Zamazinta is only able to hit for 130. So that is going to be a 2-shot on a single prize Pokemon that can 2-shot Zamazinta. So
if he's able to bring that up and hit first, at this point.
Yeah, and we do see a drawn hand here. Yeah, we did see a Juniper get hit. There's the switch.
Yeah, we've got it.
We don't quite have it yet, because again, we still have to. We can't KO that with the Rayquaza VMAX. So there's the Ampharos though.
He's got the switch too.
Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
He's good.
And
he got it.
Let's go ahead and see here. We may actually see the Thunder Shock come out, and see, that's the thing, where that Searchlight Tail is going to be doing 180 damage, correct?
Yep.
If there's an energy card in James's hand.
Which there is, I believe.
That Thunder Shock, though, see, that 180 is still going to take a 2-hit KO. That Thunder Shock could help set up, especially if we're able to potentially bump this stadium with something like a Stormy Mountains would be extremely powerful here to make sure that there's no healing, because 50 plus 180 is 230, which is Zacian's HP. And if we can paralyze that with Thunder Shock here and lock that in, we could be looking at a really good situation here, even though we know that there's a switch in James.
James does have that switch. So, like, the chance of him sticking one or He's gonna dance. You know, James is gonna move around and try to survive and build up, just like Zamazenta's AC Index have.
Yeah,
since
so
they've been around.
we could just go for that Searchlight Tail twice. We do see that energy card in James's hand. That would also just
Yep.
get the clean 2-hit KO. Whereas that Ampharos with 160 HP,
Is not going to die.
not
next
going
turn,
anywhere, no.
at least.
So there's the revealed hand, there's the metal energy, and that is 180 damage onto that Zamazenta. All right, and so we see going into James's turn, because the reason I was talking about the importance of bumping that stadium was that 30 HP getting healed would make that math not actually work out unless you were able to bump that and it doesn't get replaced by another Crystal Cave. But it is fun that I mean, we just saw an attack from a stage 2 Pokemon that wasn't rare candied in standard
The
to
old-fashioned way.
solidify potentially a game win. So this is a great day for Pokemon.
We see an Oranguru switching here. He gets another Crystal Cave.
All right, let's see here. All right, we do see that that drawn hand here. All right.
Metal Saucer.
Yeah, there's the Metal Saucer. So we are going to see an attack from Zamazenta. But again, that Zamazenta only has access to one attack, which is just doing 130 damage. So we'll go ahead and get Zamazenta up once again for everybody. But let's go ahead and just see here. We are going to see that Assault Tackle go ahead and come out. And there's no special energy on that Ampharos, so we don't even get that extra ability. But that will go ahead and present 130 onto that Ampharos.
Now, Rayquaza V's attack, it's able to hit and finish off these Zamazentas, right? It does have reach enough to do so.
It certainly is. So let's go ahead and get the actual Rayquaza V up as well. So that has the Spiral Burst. Honestly, this Rayquaza V reads very similarly to the old Rayquaza EXs of past, where it has a similar attack where you are able to discard up to 2 basic energy and do it caps at 180 is the problem. So for a fire and 2 lightnings, you could do 180 damage.
Sure.
So that would finish the benched one if we were able to get into a boss's orders here.
You also have the situation where he just brings up this Ampharos and then hits this one, and then they're both in range.
Correct.
To finish off.
Because again, we aren't anywhere close to having to worry about James even being able to finish the game next turn, even with an optimal draw.
They just don't have the ceiling of attack.
Yeah.
You know, that Zacian does.
Especially without without Zacian in play, and where it's just Zamazenta, we're hitting 130. That's two-shotting almost anything other than Flaffies at this point.
Now James plays for Zacian, and we haven't seen. We see one in his hand right now.
Yes. So the problem with that, and what James is definitely intentionally not putting that into play, because really not in a situation with Kevin only at those 2 prizes and that Rayquaza VMAX ready to rumble. Putting that into play is just a boss away from the game. So we're really just trying to see James hang on, try to put something together with only Zamazentas as his only 2 prize Pokemon
and you can see that strategy would work great without an Ampharos in play. Without him being able to bring up that attacker that can threaten both of them.
As we do see Palpad going ahead and coming out and putting those bosses back in. Let's go ahead and get Palpad up on the screen for everyone, as that is an oldie but a goodie as well. Shuffle 2 supporter cards from your discard pile back into your deck. Very, very good with Rayquaza, where you are churning through your resources, discarding with your hand. Just being able to put those bosses' orders back. 2 bosses' orders in a 5-card deck. We're drawing one next turn. So we do see that that attack from Rayquaza V come out, and that is going to do 180 damage to Zamazenta.
Really just trying to solidify within his deck, get everything ready so that no matter what happens next turn.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look at the list. We don't see anything like a hyper potion or anything like that from James. So really no like gigantic healing option or anything available in the deck. So those Zamazentas, are going to be where they're at most 30 away with a Crystal Cave bumping the Stormy Mountains if that were to even take place. As we've really just seen Kevin go ahead and manipulate this game in a way to really just checkmate James, if you will.
We do see a boss's orders, so you could see James try to bring up a Flaffy to hope that he doesn't have a way to get it out.
And that is the thing that you'll see a lot of the time when you do enter these in-game scenarios where Flaffy does have that retreat cost of 2. Without any type of air balloon, you'll often see dynamotoring onto each Flaffy so that at worst you're able to attach with energy. But we do just see that Ampharos come out and get knocked out with that assault tackle. So it really is just going to be, can that Rayquaza V finish this off? And it definitely can, just on board.
I mean, he had a switch in his hand. So
for sure.
It was, Kevin has done a great job at setting himself up to not be able to lose the game. But bringing up the Flaffy there is a great strategy to avoid, potentially getting killed this very turn. So him just double checking some math.
Yeah, just making sure that we've got everything right. We are going to see a retreat.
Yep.
We are going to see that Rayquaza V come out, and we are going to see that knockout onto Zamazenta to allow Kevin and Flaffy to move on to 3-0.
That's a good way to go to lunch, James. I think.
I definitely think so. I mean, seeing Ampharos on the premiere stage today, Flaffy is the card that I was most excited. As you know, Steven's so tired of hearing me talk about Flaffy over the last 3 weeks.
Anything with Dynamotor, anytime it comes out, the second that card got spoiled, I was in for a rough 1.5 years minimum. We just got rid of Malamar, but
yeah, I've done nothing but talk about Malamar for how long, and now it's Flaffy time.
And that's okay.
It's just so it's very cool seeing Kevin navigate that game in the way that they did, being able to go ahead and just set up that checkmated board in the in-state. It's very reminiscent of old school Pokemon, where there's so many turns taking place. The games, while there's a lot of actions per turn, there's so many decisions being made on both sides of the table. It's very back and forth. James playing extremely well, making sure to not put anything extraneous into play and not get caught off guard with an end game from Rayquaza VMAX, and just being able to try and put something together after falling behind there.
Well, you just get to see both players execute their game plan. We know that he wants to start with Zacian and then finish with these Zamazentas and move back and forth. And you know that Rayquaza wants to develop this massive board and checkmate their opponent into a situation where they can't get out of anything.
And where James's deck, much like the other Zacian Zamazenta decks in the past, very reliant on not being one-hit KO'd. And most VMAXs are not able to just one-hit KO Zacian and Zamazenta in the way that Rayquaza is. You see things like Dragapult, nowhere close.
No reach
and
there.
that healing definitely would come into more play than it would against something like Rayquaza that's just able to be like, come up. If it gets set up, it's just able to blow things up. And but something against like Suicune for James's Zacian Zamazenta deck, Zacian just being able to one-hit KO Suicune, and being able to Zamazenta being able to gain some extra advantages off of eating capture energies and things like that. We didn't get to see a lot of those things from James's deck just because the matchup is not very favorable for him either. But
this deck's very resilient against most of the format, though, like you said, and very favors well across the board. So going to lunch at 2-1 for James, taking the break, finishing up. Should be good.
It is definitely a strong start.
Well, just play well in the back half, and we hopefully see him in top 8. So it should be good.
Yep. All right. And that will do it for us for right now. We will be moving into lunch moving forward. Very excited.
We'll try to do like a box break or something to split this break up for you guys too. And we should be back in like 15 or 20 minutes.
Yep, sounds like a plan. So stick around. More action to come. We are very excited to get into the rest of the day. I'm very excited to see Flaffy take this thing home. So we'll see if it happens. And I will see you all. All right, Trooper Tour fans, and we are back live with another meta breakdown here. So let's go ahead and take a look here as we go ahead and see Single Strike Urshifu is actually the most popular deck of the Trooper Tour. That is something that I kind of did anticipate there for a while just because of how strong that deck is and how good it is at just taking prizes like we were talking about with the Umbreon V. Just being able to go ahead and grab everything from the bench like that and just hit them with Single Strikers.
Very strong.
A very powerful strategy.
Yeah.
Coming in next and actually tied for first place is Shadow Rider Calyrex. Now,
that's surprising.
It's surprising in a way, but also it's interesting because I really do think that a lot of players, that's the cards that they already bought, right? That's the cards that they bought and invested in for Trooper Tour 1, in addition to any other events they've been playing in. So I really do think that that's interesting. Coming in third are Sylveon variants. We do have all sorts of Sylveon variants. We've got Blaziken, we've got Rapid Strike Urshifu in there, all sorts of different techs. Everyone has different lists, of course, but that is coming in third. And then in fourth place is actually that Zacian, with 10 players registered. The Zacian Zamazenta deck, everything able to do that. It's very interesting. Suicune did come in shortly after that, but it's interesting. Of these decks, the only new deck really is the Sylveon deck. Each of these decks have had prior incarnations that are very similar. I mean, you could argue that Single Strike is a totally different deck now with Umbreon Legal, which
I think it is.
I think that's valid to do that because before when it was just Houndoom and Urshifu and that was your only option, that just doesn't actually work out a lot of time as we have not seen that deck work in the past. But that Umbreon not only shoring up the weakness of Urshifu against all of these dark weak psychic attackers, in addition to being able to just let Urshifu clean things up like that, so powerful. What do you think about how the metagame ended up shaping out?
What's crazy about you have 40, 32, 42, 53. There's only half the decks.
Yeah, that's half the
decks. Like when you look at this as a pie chart, and we'll try to get that created for you guys too. Like there's so much other stuff. We've already seen Rayquaza. We know it's there. We know Suicune's there. Ice Rider. You have decks like Levi's playing with the coughing. It's such a big format. So for the biggest 4 decks to only take up barely over 50% is very impressive, or under 50%.
Yeah.
There's a lot of diversity. For sure.
It's definitely a lot of diversity, and it's very interesting because I not only think that it's diverse just because the format's new, because we are a couple weeks in now. Like we officially 1 week, but people have been playing this format online and things for a while now, and it's just interesting to see that we're still just seeing things like Shadow Rider come through and still remain popular, even with all those dark attackers that we are seeing everywhere. And because, I mean, the Sylveon decks, most of those are running a dark engine in that as well. So you are seeing Moltres to be able to help facilitate those attacks and then counter Shadow Rider. So it's just very interesting seeing exactly how things broke down. I did think that we would see Suicune be a little bit more popular. I thought that was going to be in that top 3, even with it being mostly new cards, but it was coming in down there right in the 5th place. So.
I thought, I mean, like I said, Drizzle would be more popular, but like Single Strike's not doing that.
No,
Shadow's not either.
Sylveon is not either.
That's it. Not so. The 4 most popular decks are not playing Drizzle.
Yeah, so I definitely think if you looked at the format from like a Drizzile versus non-Drizzile perspective, the other half of the decks are almost all Drizzile decks. So I don't want it to just seem like Drizzile didn't show up.
Every other deck.
After going through all the decks, I promise there's plenty of Drizzile, and I would say probably of the remaining percentage, 80 to 85% of those are Drizzile variants with all just different types of attackers. Because they're coming in shortly after that was Dragapult as well. That was next to Suicune. So you did see things like that where there's plenty of Drizzile. It's just the most played decks are mostly a lot of these holdovers from that previous format.
And that shows you just there's so much going on. Play what you're comfortable with. You know, play what you've been playing. Play Shadow Rider.
Well, and that's the other thing. So you look at this, right? So you look at all these single strike Shadow Rider, Sylveon, Zacian, those non-Drizzile decks being the most popular ones here today. But then you see things like Rayquaza VMAX go to 3-0. That's not a Drizzile deck.
No.
That's just, and no one's really even talking about it. I mean, obviously it was a super hype deck going into everything, but it hasn't put up a lot of results. But if you want to play that deck, you certainly can.
Yeah,
like
and do
it
fine.
and do perfectly fine.
I think decks like that, and like we talked about, it's overlooked to an extent because you're like, yeah, we've been through this before. We've seen this before. You load up your bench, you make a huge guy, and you hit whatever. So I think that like where there is so much diversity and you have access to Drizzle, I think people are just trying different things. I think that the longer this format goes on, Rayquaza will just be one of like the pillars of the format, and I think that
agree.
I think that like there's no reason it shouldn't. I mean, you have Umbreon. I love the single strike deck. Like
It's
it
very, very
feels so much like it has the typing of Zoroark, Lycanroc with the dark fighting, but like
Well, it's just very reminiscent to me, just because like fighting in dark just like very well together with the way that the color chart ends up working out, especially now. All of the typing chart, where so many of the psychic Pokemon are dark weak.
Yeah.
Just being able to fill in that weakness is so important. And then not only that, but the fighting going ahead and complementing them, it's so strong. All of the single strike support is so good.
Yeah.
Just being able to, it's all about just getting those Houndooms out. If you
Umbreon
do
being
that-
a single strike Pokemon is crazy.
Yeah.
Like they didn't have to add that at all.
No, Umbreon would still be
Like,
a playable card even without that.
Yeah, they just threw that right on top. So it's powerful.
It
and
really,
I really
is.
if I had to guess, counting Drizzle variants, let's say Drizzle is half of the meta breakdown, and the other side, I think single strike will probably be the most prevalent deck in top 8 for that reason. I think that it's just so aggressive, and it can. I mean, we saw earlier like it can build super fast and just take games before people can set up. So
if I were to take a guess, I still think that I think we're going to have a very diverse breakdown for the top 8, especially. I honestly would not be surprised if we saw 7 of the 8 decks be different in top 8. My call, I'm just calling, taking a shot in the dark. I think we're going to have 2 Suicune decks and then 6 other different decks in the top 8. That's what I think we're going to end up seeing.
All right.
I do think 2 Suicunes are going to kind of rise to the top there, and then we're just really going to see an interesting... I think Suicune's going to win the event.
You think Suicune's going to win the event?
I really do. But I want Rayquaza to win because Flaffy's amazing.
I don't know what I think.
Yeah?
I need to see what Levi's record is, truthfully, before I'm not going to crown anybody until this man goes down. Cause,
I mean, that's fair.
The more you see, look at Single Strike Shadow Rider, Drizzle. He just has a deck against the field.
Yeah, the only deck that Sylveon and Zacian are both very resistant to that type of strategy. And they are not going to be. They will still be bothered by it, but they don't stop working in the way that a lot of these other decks do that have specific engine cards like Shadow Rider, that have specific engine cards like Houndoom and Single Strike, Drizzile, and all of the Drizzile decks. I mean, it's very, very interesting how there are still some decks that are just, I'm going to play some supporters and see what happens.
Just do this the old-fashioned way.
That's very, very strong against those types of those decks.
Because you don't just shut down to it. So there will be diversity, at least 4 different decks. This isn't going to be a situation where it's all one thing. The format's just so diverse. And that's been the big talk in the community, is it's just there's so much diversity in this format. So I'm really excited to see what happens as we come off of lunch, go into the second half. We should be back in like 15 minutes.
I think we've only got about 10 or 15 minutes left in lunch, so we do have a lot more action coming for everyone soon. So get excited. I'm very excited. We'll see how things break down.
It always heats up so much as you get in these last rounds because like every game starts to matter so much. All these X1s start playing each other, and you really see the top 8 come together, and you get to follow these journeys. Like we may see somebody on camera in round 4 that started 3-0 and lose. And then we might see them again round 7 to play on their winning end. So you really get to build this experience on the second half. So I'm really excited.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and go back to break now, but we will be back shortly with all of the action, and we'll see what can rise to the top after lunch.
For sure. See you guys in a minute.
Trooper Tour fans, and we are back with round 4 of coverage. I am James Arnold, and this is Stephen Durham, and we are bringing you the coverage all day today for Trooper Tour Evolving Skies. We've had an interesting day so far. We're heading back after lunch into round 4 as we speak, and from what I understand, we are all set up and good to go. You ready to get into it?
We're ready to get into it. We got some interesting decks for you guys, for sure.
Let's go ahead and get into things here for round 4 of the Trooper Tour. We do see here we've got Cody Courtney on the left with Jeremiah Johnson here on the right. And we will go ahead and see the, looks like we are going to have.
We have Victini versus Eternatus.
Yeah, we've got a dark Victini variant here. Very, very interesting with that Galarian Moltres against an old classic. I mean, maybe that's a stretch at this point, but in my opinion, Eternatus is just a classic because it has come out with Darkness Ablaze and has just consistently done its thing from the very beginning. So we do see Great Ball from Jeremiah here. Going to let them look at the top 7 cards of their deck and then grab any Pokemon card that they find there and add it to their hand.
Cody with a rough start with Crobat. Lone,
never Lone Crobat, not the start that you're usually looking for in Eternatus. It is one of your more common starts since you're the only deck that's going to run for Crobat V. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look here. So let's see. All right.
So he's going to get the Crobat.
Yeah, here. We do see grabbing a Crobat off of the Great Ball. All right.
Yeah, with Cody on Victini here, we're interested. Like, so this is the same. We've seen other Victini builds, right, where Cody's playing this, where it's a welder deck, right?
Yeah.
So how exactly do you think that Cody's going to transition here? Like, he has the Crobat start, which is not optimal, but how does this game plan really work with Victini VMAX? Versus it not being able to be powered by Welder.
Sure. So it's very, very interesting because what you actually end up seeing is Galarian Moltres be able to power up Victini via accelerating Dark Energy to itself and then moving them with Energy Switch.
Okay.
And that kind of is an engine that we've seen take place in a lot of decks, be it Victini, be it Rapid Strike Urshifu. Just something that not only gives you a dark attacker, but lets you go ahead. All right.
And he's doing... So he's Zigzagoon there. We have a damage counter.
Yep.
But so Moltres, like you were saying, so Moltres is going to accelerate that energy for Victini.
Yeah. And then with Cody being able to play 4 energy switch there and just be able to move those at will, it's very, very powerful to just get that free energy attachment each turn. When that kind of lets you both utilize the Galarian Zapdos that's actually in that deck too. That is, I promise, going to be extremely relevant in this matchup here.
Sure.
I'm going to go ahead and get that brought up here as well. All right, let's go ahead and take a look here. As we do see Galarian Zapdos V, a new card from Chilling Reign that has really seen a lot of play in Japan, and it saw a lot of play against Eternatus, and we are going to see it come into play here with that ability that states that its attacks cost one colorless less for each of your opponent's Pokemon V in play. Now, this card, without it specifically saying we designed this to counter Eternatus, this is about as close to that text as you can get, where that not only is it a fighting type that is able to one-shot Eternatus by going to exactly 340 with Thunderous Kick, but Eternatus by definition is going to play a full bench of 8 V, and maybe 7 with a Galarian Zigzagoon. But that Zapdos is almost always going to only cost a single fighting energy against Eternatus. So we are going to see that Aurora energy come into play on that Galarian Zapdos and potentially be able to just take a clean 1 energy knockout on a full 340 HP Eternatus VMAX.
We see Jeremiah really starting fast. Like, it's been a big turn 1 for him, lasting over 3 minutes, I guess at this point, 4 minutes. And really just trying to set up this whole board. I see Umbreon there, is one of my favorites, especially as he's trying to load up this bench. Having access to Umbreon to be able to pull something up to kill that's really cool.
And I do think that that's something that we just have not seen as of yet, where I really do think that these Umbreon decks between Single Strike, between Eternatus, as time goes on, I really do think that we will be seeing more and more Umbreon decks do well because, like as you were saying earlier, just that ability to be able to boss his orders in addition to still play your supporters, such a strong effect.
As we see a big Professor's Research, Cody dropped like 5 cards.
Yep, yeah, we do see that Professor's Research there, and we did see Rose Tower actually interplay there. And that states that once during each player's turn, they may draw until they have 3 cards in their hand. And where a lot of the time you're able to just play your hand completely out in this deck, that is something that can go ahead and just give you an extra few draws.
Absolutely.
All right, and let's go ahead and we see that, is it Galar Mine there?
Yep.
Galar Mine is the stadium of choice for Jeremiah, so we are going to see that go ahead and counter the Rose Tower, and that Galar Mine is the stadium that goes ahead and increases the retreat cost of all Pokemon in play by 2, and that also yet another super powerful effect for so many reasons, between special conditions, between just trying to relying on free retreat Pokemon to try and pivot out of with things like Air Balloon. It's very interesting how that's going to be potentially a big deal here. But we do see Jeremiah just continuing to go through their deck and see if we can get this Moltres with a 3rd energy. We do see that that hiding energy there. We are going to attach that. And so that Moltres is going to be able to take that knockout on Crobat V here as we see the first prizes drawn. All right, and there's the Victini off the top. So we are going to see that Aurora Energy get attached to Victini V. And then we've got a Marnie. So we are going to put that singular card left in our hand on the bottom of our deck, draw 5 off the top. And we'll see what we've got. It looks like we've got
Switch
Boss, Dark Energy, and a few other cards here as we're still finishing up shuffling that hand of Jeremiah's. Offers the cut on those Marnie cards, and we see Jeremiah draw the 4. That 30 damage being corrected. The Galarian Moltres does 30 damage to itself when it attacks, so they wanted to make sure to get that damage counters placed. That is definitely very relevant with that Thunderous Kick dealing 170 damage. All right, as we do see the attack come out, and that Thunderous Kick's secondary ability actually kicking in there as we go ahead, and I'll bring Zapdos back up for everyone. But Zapdos is interesting for yet another reason, because it is actually able to discard special energy before doing damage. So it's very similar to Zamazenta in that way, and was able to nab that hiding energy off of Jeremiah's Moltres.
Let me see how fast this bench fills up for Jeremiah, and being able to get this Eternatus loaded up.
Yeah, and now that it's an Eternatus VMAX, that bench is just even larger. Yep. Like, it's just going to keep going.
7 currently on it right now with the 3 Zigzagoons, correct?
All right. As we do see Jeremiah shuffling their deck here, it's going to be interesting because now Moltres can deal a lot of damage to that Zapdos, but in return, it will also take itself out. Yep. So it's interesting to think about, is that what Jeremiah will go for? Will he try and bring up that Victini and get a hit in on that? Are we going to see Eternatus come out and clean things up and then just leave the damaged Moltres on the bench? It's going to be interesting.
Absolutely.
But it is very interesting that both of these decks at their core are Galarian Moltres decks utilizing Energy Switch to power up other Pokemon in addition to the Moltres. And I find that an interesting aspect of the format. And personally, outside of Flaffy, these were the types of decks that I was playing the most with leading into rotation, because that engine is just so much fun. As we see Jeremiah grab the Crobat V with that Great Ball here.
Now, Eternatus lets you have 8 bench Pokemon total? Or 7?
So, Eternatus, we'll go ahead and get that brought up for everybody here. But Eternatus, it does extend your bench. So, let's go ahead and get that up for everyone here. We've got Eternatus VMAX. What that does is this allows you to have up to 8 Pokemon on your bench, but they do all have to be the dark type. So in all of these Eternatus decks, you are locked into dark type Pokemon.
Yep.
But the good news with that is you're in luck. There are plenty of good dark Pokemon,
Absolutely.
not only in the format, but definitely of all time. And it's just so strong. Getting that addition of these Umbreons to be able to gust things up, still be able to keep your consistency going, because that was a big part of Eternatus in the past, was using that boss's orders for turn is just very, very,
Yep.
like, it was detrimental to Eternatus because you've always got to hit those energy attachments and things like that. Now, you really don't have to worry about it all that often.
Yeah. And we've not, unfortunately on Cody's side here, seen this Moltres game plan with all of the, the acceleration, where Jeremiah is really doing all of it, so it's be interested to see if Zapdos by itself is going to be strong enough to contend with what Jeremiah is doing, and it is very strong, and good against Moltres, so it may be able to hold him over and try to compensate for this rougher start Cody has had.
So we are going to take the trade here as we see both of these birds go ahead and get knocked out on both sides. So we are going to see 4 prizes get taken there at once, just 2 on either side. So we see Victini get promoted since it's the only Pokemon there, and we will see exactly what we're heading into. All right, looks like they are correcting that deck placement there.
With Eternatus, like half the game is really board management.
Yeah, board management is definitely
there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
So it's very important for things like your deck and the discard pile. Everything has to be right where it's supposed to be.
Yep.
So we know where it's at. We see our research.
Yeah, so
another Zapdos.
They did get that deck placement corrected. We are going to see Raihan go ahead and get used. So that is going to attach a basic energy from the discard pile to one of your Pokemon, and then you're able to search your deck for any card because the energy attachment just wasn't good enough. But Raihan, just such a strong card. We didn't really get to see it earlier because of that Pokemon checkup situation. But Raihan here, you just get that energy attachment, really giving that access to these extra energy attachments for any Pokemon, and really makes this so much fun. So we see Galarian Zapdos come out. Aurora Energy going to force Cody to discard a card from their hand. We are going to see, I'm not sure, Research is the card. So Research is going to get discarded there. And then we are going to see a switch into that Galarian Zapdos because, unfortunately here, this Zapdos is coming out kicking.
Yeah. Hard.
Yeah. So Crobat's going to go ahead and draw 3 cards here.
We have a VMAX as well.
There's the VMAX, so that can't even get gusted and KO'd next turn.
The Crobat's really the target for Jeremiah.
Yep. And there's plenty of them.
But with no Eternatus.
Yeah, and we see. Well, that's the thing, because what's going to happen now
Cody goes
is
to 1 prize.
Yep. So there go the prizes on Cody's side. So down to 1 prize, but so now he has to discard cards until he has 5 benched Pokemon, and then he promotes.
Yes.
So
we see a lot of Crobats leave, presumably.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. Trying to think that through.
Yeah. So they're going to go ahead and get that all straightened out here.
Probably just 2 Crobats, right?
Yeah, I guess it can depend. I'm trying to take a look here. We don't see things like Raihan because I'm sitting here and I'm like, I mean, you could Raihan a Dark Energy onto Crobat potentially and things like that because that's fighting resistant. So then Zapdos can't even KO it. So there's things like that might happen. All right, we do need to make sure that they get the correct amount of benched Pokemon into play. So we are going to need to get a judge on that situation here before the game.
We're phoning those in right now.
Yep.
Because this is not able to happen. So.
Yeah. We definitely need to get that corrected immediately. Yep. The players are being
going to get up and go fix that problem right now.
Sounds like a plan. All right, as we do see Galarian Moltres here, but we are getting we've got where the player on the right had 8 benched Pokemon because of Eternatus. We do have that problem here where they did not discard down to the proper amount of Pokemon before starting their turn. So we are going to have a bit of a moment here while they do go ahead and reassess exactly what happened. We're getting the judges on the situation so that they can go ahead and get that taken care of. And while we go ahead and get that taken care of, I'm just going to go ahead and bring that back to the booth here. we will go ahead and be bringing you all of the action. I really do appreciate you all sticking with us as we get that resolved. Steven, you went ahead and let them know.
Yeah, just ran right over there.
All right, sounds good. I'm glad we were able to get that taken care of. So it looks like they should be getting that taken care of
There's a
shortly.
little bit to fix for sure. Where he went into his turn and then has to, like, he played the Moltres down and started doing a lot. So Taylor's working with them, our head judges, to get all that resolved. But
Sure.
it should be. There wasn't a lot done, so hopefully.
Yeah, we should be able to reverse the game state. It just they do need to make sure that they get that taken care of moving forward.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
we'll go ahead and switch back into the game scene now as they go ahead and take care of that, and we'll continue bringing that stuff up as soon as they're back up and running here. As we do see that Galarian Moltres, we have now resolved that situation. We're back to the board state as it should be. It looks like we did get rid of those excess Crobats as we had thought would happen anyway. It's just, unfortunately, we just needed to correct that before we head into these pivotal turns here in the last few turns of the game. So we did see that Galarian Moltres come out, enter the bench, get a physical attachment to it, and then bring back a attachment from the discard pile with its abilities. So unfortunately, without something else happening, we still aren't going to see an attack this turn, but we can see something like this Umbreon bringing up that Crobat from the bench to try and strand it there, especially with that Galar Mine, because then single energy attachment and a retreat isn't good enough. We're going to need to find some type of switching card.
Now, Cody does have a handful of cards, but he did last turn get rid of that research. So if there comes in where he needs a switch, he doesn't have that aggressive power to get to it. So we do bring up Crobat here.
Yeah, we do see Umbreon go ahead and gust that Crobat up to the front and see if we can get it to stick.
I don't see a switch. There's an Eldegoss.
Yeah, as far as Cody's deck list as well, he does run 4 switch. I'm not exactly sure how many are in the discard at this point, but at least 1 because I can see it. So we do see a Dark Energy as the physical attachment to Crobat. We may even see a situation where we try to boss each other back and forth and stick things with that Galar Mine. Yeah. But we do see Eldegoss bring a research, and nope, we're just going to throw it all away and find this switch.
If he gets a switch,
and with Crobat, 4 in the deck, this is a good shot at just ending the game here.
Really just going for switch. He's looking for it. He didn't get it.
I'm not seeing any switch art in that hand.
Nope.
So while he was fairly likely to hit it there, it does not seem that is what's going to happen. So we do see Galarian Moltres enter the field, use its Dire Flame Wings ability to go ahead and pick up an extra energy attachment.
Is there an energy switch?
We would still need 2 or some kind of stadium bump. I mean, we could have even hit a Rose Tower to get rid of the stadium in play and then still just retreated. But
there was an energy switch. It's just not going to.
Yeah, so what it looks like we're actually going to end up seeing here is an attack from Crobat on Crobat.
Now, what is Crobat's attack? That's not usually. It's much like the Dene of the past, Tapu Lele, all of these enabler, ultra rares that we don't usually attack with them, but it becomes relevant sometimes.
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring up our friend Crobat here as we see him. That Dark Asset ability, usually the thing that we're talking about when we're talking about Crobat, draw until you have 6. We've seen similar effects across many years at this point, but that Venomous Fang attack is going to actually come into play here, I think, as we see it's 70 damage, and then the defending Pokemon is poisoned. So you're definitely not putting Crobat into play with the intention of that being your attacker, but in a situation like this, and when you are running Dark Energy, when you're running Aurora Energy, things like that, it's very important just as a player to always think about all of your options, because while you're not going into this game going, I'm going to Venomous Fang here, like, that's what we've got, and that actually sets up some good math here, because what ends up happening is you can do Venomous Fang here for 70 to the Crobat. Should that stick, because that Galar Mine is still in play, it goes to 80 going to the next turn, 90 coming back, and then another 70 potentially starts pushing that in a way that it at least is able to get KO'd by something else next turn, because we could see that third energy come out, or an energy switch from somewhere, a retreat for 3 on the Crobat V, and then Victini could go ahead and take that last prize.
Now, the biggest threat right now for Cody to that plan is anything getting knocked out, really, an Ultra Rare, or like a V or better. Moltres' attack does how much damage?
Sure, so Moltres' attack is a 190.
Okay. So that's enough.
It is definitely enough. So that is definitely the game plan.
He's also trapped by Gallermine. Is that the
So Galarmine just makes it to where anything both players' active Pokemon costs 2 more to retreat.
Okay.
On top of whatever it would normally be. And with things like Floatstone and old cards not really existing anymore, things like Air Balloon lower the cost by 2, but does not delete the cost from existing like a Floatstone would.
So we see an energy attachment.
We see an energy attachment here, and we do see a switch, and that is the game as Jeremiah is able to take the win here and take the win over Cody Courtney.
Yep.
Just closing the game there with the switch and the Dire Flame Wings.
It was close. I mean, Zapdos by itself was almost enough to keep him in, you know.
Yep.
And, this deck really can do a lot with Moltres, and hopefully this isn't the last we see of it today. I like it.
Yeah, it really just came down there. That one just came down to whiffing that switch or counter stadium. I do think that if Cody would have been able to just draw off that professor's research, either a Rose Tower or a switch, then we just see that Victini VMAX being able to clean up that Crobat, and then we have a different winner entirely here.
Yeah, altogether. We knew he had 1 switch and discard already, maybe 2. And earlier he did research a lot of things.
And we did see 1 Rose Tower get bumped earlier, but there should have still been up to 3 Rose Towers and some
1
switches.
was on the bottom.
Okay.
We know that because he Marnied earlier. But earlier he did research away a full hand. And that could have had a switch.
We unfortunately it's hard to keep track of that kind of stuff all the time.
That's all of these decisions earlier. Could you have quick balled earlier, great balled instead of discarding it? You know, all of those things do matter so much, but ultimately he rolled the dice and whiffed, you know, and that's part of it too. Still a very close game, still a very good game. I'm excited to see. Jeremiah's 4-0.
4-0 with Eternatus.
He's just got to tough it out. Maybe he makes it in top 8 now. Got to win a couple more at least, probably, though. So
yeah, I'm very excited to see how things turn out. Again, just seeing the Moltres with the energy switch, that kind of thing happening.
It's just powerful.
It's very, very powerful. It would be one thing if that was just what that did, but where you're actually able to be such a strong attacker with the Moltres itself, that 190 is just such a good point of damage. That cleaning up Crobats, things like that, it's just so strong.
I'm excited. The top tables looked really diverse when I was out there earlier before we started. So hopefully we'll bring some more cool decks for you guys. And we can finish this out with a lot of diversity going into top 8. So
for sure. Well, we appreciate you all for sticking with us. We're going to have a lot more action. We've got 3 more rounds of Swiss and then the top 8 cut to go. That's when we get into our best of 3 games. So that's even more action.
Those are fun. There's a lot that happens, and then somebody's winning $1,000.
Somebody is getting handed $1,000 cash today. So it's going to be exciting. We're going to have a good time. I'm really excited to see what ends up shaking out, and we will be back with you all shortly.
We'll see you all
soon. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you.
All right, Trooper Tour fans, and welcome back to Trooper Tour Evolving Skies. I'm James, and this is Steven, and we are heading into round number 5 of Swiss. We've got 5 rounds of Swiss done after this one. That's going to be 2 more rounds after that. Then we're getting to the top 8. We've got another exciting one coming at you with another new deck that we have not yet seen on camera today. While we go ahead and jump into the game, why don't you tell us a little bit about what decks we're going to be seeing today?
We have Dylan Simpson on Shadow Rider and Richard Sepulveda on Single Strike with Umbreon. Richard's a familiar face here. Made the finals of the last Trooper Tour, falling to Levi. Richard was on ADP with Moltres the last time, so seeing him switch to another deck I'm very fond of is really cool. So they should be good to go, and they're going to be setting up and starting right now.
All right, so we are going to be seeing the Single Strike deck once again, and that is going to be that Umbreon that we were discussing earlier. But the other deck on the other side that we actually haven't seen a whole lot today, it's quite different from the last Trooper Tour, was we have not seen a whole lot of Shadow Rider yet.
It's got a tough road ahead of it in this matchup, like really bad. So we'll see how Dylan navigates this. You know, it's not what they want to see for sure.
Here's my thing. So while this matchup may not be optimal, and there's definitely some things that Richard is going to be able to do with that Umbreon to Shadow Rider Calyrex that are going to result in a lot of prize cards being taken. But I do think that it legitimately, you don't make it to 4-0 with Shadow Rider without knowing whatsoever, like, how to navigate this matchup.
Absolutely.
So if anybody's going to be able to navigate this matchup, I have faith in Dylan to be able to try and pull out a win here, because again, while Umbreon does hit for weakness on Shadow Rider is hitting for weakness on Urshifu. So there is still some play here for sure. So we do see that Fog Crystal going to go ahead and come out from Dylan to go ahead and search for a Psychic Energy on turn 1. A lot of the time you'll end up seeing Fog Crystal find Psychic Energies or Lightning Energies, and then Quick Ball to discard those, and then you can get those back from the discard pile in any number of ways for value. But Fog Crystal just being able to be a basic Pokemon or a Psychic Energy is just absolutely insane, especially for no cost.
A lot of versatility. It looks like 2 Boss's Orders in the hand of Dylan.
Yeah, as we do see that come out onto Shadow Rider, and then a Marnie to go ahead and try and grab a new hand here. We've been having a good day so far. It's just been really, really interesting to see all of these decks, and all of these different decks rise to the top and perform.
So much diversity right now. It's so great. Putting Richard on 4 cards, you know, going into his first turn, can be daunting without having the Houndoom set up, but it looks like he drew pretty well, you know, with his 4 cards, getting the extra ones. So.
And we do see that Quick Ball going to go ahead and come out after we did see Cresselia and Alchemy go ahead and hit the bench. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of those cards here. As we see...
Going ahead and go to get a Quick Ball to grab that Crobat. This is a really strong turn for Dylan.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot going on. It's going to be interesting to see exactly how this early part of the game is navigated in particular. As we do see Cresselia up on the screen here, it is going to be able to potentially use that Crescent Glow to attach extra energies, and most of the time that's what it's being used for. In this case, it may just end up Photon Lasering for some good damage on a single prize Pokemon. Crobat going to go ahead and refill the hand here, and we did also see Alchemy come out. So let's go ahead and take a look at Alchemy VMAX here as we go ahead and...
What we're doing now, we got Pumpkaboo clearing out the stadium.
Yeah, there's so many new cards that we haven't gotten to take a look at yet so far. So let's go ahead and take a look at that Alchemy here. As we are able to see exactly what... That harkens back to a deck that you actually may want to talk about from the past here. So let's go ahead and see. We've got Alchemy, and that G-Max Whisk is a very interesting attack. Discard any amount of energy from your Pokemon, and it does 60 damage for each card you discard in this way. It's very similar to an old friend of mine who might have lost zoned that energy.
Yeah, he would have just thrown it right away. Yeah. Magnezone Prime from back in 2010, 2011.
Yeah, that Magnezone.
An old friend.
Yeah, that's back when we were playing a whole lot of Pokemon back in the day, and it's got a very interesting attack that's similar. as we do see Richard go ahead, and we're going to see how this next turn goes for Richard. See if we're able to get any kind of anything going. But we do see a boss's orders. Now, this is kind of interesting because we're kind of seeing not an optimal setup for Richard, whereas Dylan's first turn went swimmingly because this boss's orders on a Crobat on turn 2, not really what you're looking for. We don't see any Houndours. None of those Houndours came down on turn 1. We're definitely, it doesn't look like we're getting any in to play on turn 2 either. And without that to really power the engine, you can see just how different this board looks compared to Matt earlier.
Yeah.
And to no fault of Richard, that's just how the cards have been drawn so far.
That's what he drew. And like he's left with an Evolution Incense. You saw him wavering on that, and he just decided to keep it. He's gonna go ahead and.
Yeah, and so what's actually happening right now?
Either, it looks like. So.
Well, here's the important thing that we do need to talk about. It's actually the attack that's coming out from the baby Shadow Rider right now. So let me go ahead and get that brought up for everybody because that is going to be one of the most interesting things about this matchup. So Shadow Rider, what happens with that Shadow Rider's attack? This is the promo Shadow Rider that we're talking about, and that it's very, very, very interesting. So let's go ahead and see here. We've got Shadow Rider Calyrex. All right, and so the thing with that is that Shadow Mist attack, it's the one from the set. Shadow Mist attack for 10. During your opponent's next turn, they can't play any special energy or stadium cards from their hand.
Yep.
Now, we do see here for Dylan's deck, or for Richard's deck, the only non-special energy in their entire deck is 2 fighting energy. So
he did play one. He played,
and there's one. So we are 50% of the way through the basic energy in the deck that Richard's going to be able to play from hand.
And he did draw a Crobat. That's very good.
It is. It's going to be able to let us see here. It's interesting that we didn't see that Evolution Incense get used.
That's true.
Before using that Crobat. I wonder if that's just looking for a specific to see what you want to get with that. But a lot of times you would have seen using that to go ahead and draw an extra card there.
Absolutely.
And there's the Marnie. So, unfortunately, we had already Piers there, and that's how we got that Crobat. So I'm glad they were able to correct that before anything bad happened.
At least there is some life, on Richard's side here versus getting shut
there is definitely some life. The problem here is that all Dylan really needs to do is buy some extra turns here. As now we see we are going to get the game started here. And this really is just kind of the jump start that was really, really going to be needed.
We see him using Shadow Rider's ability to draw 2 cards.
Yep, and we actually see the Galarian Articuno there go ahead and come out. So let's go ahead and take a look at Galarian Articuno. So Galarian Articuno is definitely very interesting because it's a single prize attacker that's going to be able to go ahead and finish off that Urshifu. But we see the Umbreon, there's a capture energy. See, those special energies have now been unlocked, and we are going to be able to finally get a Houndour down.
We need that fast and in a hurry right now.
So we do see the shuffle up there. Let's see how many Houndours we can get down, because if we can get that engine going, the game is not completely over yet.
There we go. So we have Umbreon pulling up Shadow Rider.
So there's that Shadow Rider going to come up, whether it wanted to or not, because Umbreon is going to be able to deal a lot of damage here. That Umbreon effect, of course, being very reminiscent of a lot of cards from throughout the days. You were talking about Lycanroc GX earlier, the Bloodthirsty Eyes ability, the ability probably most often used back in the day from Luxray Level X. It's probably the card that most people know that ability from that have played it for a long time. But the ability actually does originate back from the original Umbreon EX in Unseen Forces. And that's kind of just a really fun thing to be able to
put it
in 2021, kind of recreate that card for the modern times.
Absolutely.
So we did see that knockout take place there on Richard's side. So that Shadow Rider is down, and we're going to see how we're going to be able to rebuild here. As we see that Fog Crystal going ahead and grabbing another Psychic Energy. just such a strong card, Fog Crystal in general, with everything that's been going on. Being able to just filter your hand to be exactly what you need it, whether it's the Pokemon for the bench or the energy for turn. Cards that search energy are some of the strongest cards in the Pokemon trading card game, in my opinion. And it has definitely been something that has been... that I try and always build my decks around is some way to just always make sure that I'm attaching an energy every turn. And yeah, we do see that Boss's Order is going to go ahead and bring out that Umbreon, and then we're going to see that Cresselia go ahead and search the deck for a Psychic Energy and attach that to that bench Shadow Rider. So just try and buy a little time here, get reset back up, see if we can get something going. But the problem is now that we've got that Umbreon up, we've got it ready to attack, we have an Umbreon V in the active position. Should we be able to evolve that, gust up that Shadow Rider on the bench, send up that benched Umbreon and attack with it, we could be seeing a very, very quick game here.
Absolutely.
So we do see the Houndour evolve into Houndoom here, and there's the Air Balloon to get that Umbreon out of the active there.
Richard really just kind of, like, after that rough start, putting the pieces together, you know, and getting some consecutively good turns and just building this game plan, and there's the Umbreon VMAX. Likely doing exactly what you said. You know, getting ready to...
Yeah, as we see Houndoom going to be able to also just single strike or continue to set up. Let's say we attach an energy to that Umbreon VMAX and then also get a single strike energy out of the deck for Houndoom. Then we're only an energy attachment away from that Umbreon being ready to rumble next turn. So we are going to see that ability drag out that Shadow Rider there off of the bench and that attachment there. And it's going to be interesting to see how he finishes out this turn, but there's the ability there to go ahead and attach the energy.
Yep.
It's like I've done this before.
Once or twice.
All right, we see those two damage counters come out to finish the Houndoom ability there, the little cost associated with getting free energy that also deals extra damage to your opponents.
Well worth the 20.
Well worth the 20 damage these days, especially.
Yeah.
So we do see the Umbreon VMAX come back out to terrorize this poor Shadow Rider that
didn't even ask for it.
Didn't even have a chance.
He was back there just hanging out.
He didn't even have an energy until after Cresselia gave him one. So we do see the knockout take place there on Richard's side. Richard down to 1 prize, and unfortunately, after that rough start, really just see how quickly the game just turns.
Well, it's the fact that Umbreon's a single strike Pokemon. It's the fact that, like, what we talked about with Lycanroc, it does all of it. It is your attacker, and in this matchup, it also does the gusting for you. It brings them up and does the knockout. You're not relying on anything else other than Houndoom to enable that. It's so powerful. You know, when you saw Richard from the beginning, you knew that's what he wanted to do. It's just taking some time for him to get there.
Yeah, especially with not being able to attach those energies early in the game. And we do just see a concession there from Dylan as Richard is able to go ahead and take it.
It was hard for Shadow Rider. Like he said, you know, it's a bad matchup, and it is. And you can, like you said, you can navigate it, but it's rough. It's definitely an uphill battle.
It definitely is, and it's just interesting to see how even in the beginning where they were able to buy some time where Dylan was buying some time with that Shadow Rider's first attack, definitely trying to navigate that matchup and be like, okay, if I can just buy some time here, get some energy attachments down, maybe then I can go head to head and figure something out to
start trading potentially. Exactly.
But especially if you can trade, but also have gotten the first hit in, which is something that can definitely happen in this matchup. I'm not going to say that it can't happen. It just is not very likely because, unfortunately, if you are able to get that Houndoom engine, especially up and running, get those extra energy attachments onto Umbreon, it's going to be so hard to not just stop a chain of Umbreon from making a Shadow Rider player very sad.
And that's really what it was, is he ended up being able to after the slow start even. So Richard able to take this one down, moves to, I guess, 5-0 now.
Yep.
Good shot for top 8. Like I said, he made the finals last time, so I'm sure he's ready to avenge that loss. And seems well on his way to get the opportunity to do so. So
for sure,
I'm really excited for round 6. We're getting close.
Yep,
we're getting close to the final, the last rounds, and getting the top 8 and crowning us a champion.
Yeah,
so.
and honestly, we very much appreciate all of you tuning in with us, following us on all of our social media, be that Twitch, our YouTube, our Facebook page, any of that. We really appreciate all of that. I'm sorry I'm not able to shout out everybody. We are watching the chat and making sure that everybody is being seen, but we are going to have 7 rounds of Swiss, and that was round 5, so we do have 2 more rounds of Swiss, and then we'll be cutting to our top 8. It's really shaping up to be an interesting, like, both metagame breakdown, but also the decks that are doing well. This single strike deck is just so powerful. Umbreon's ability just so strong, and I'm honestly just so excited to see how the rest of the day goes.
I love some Umbreon. Hopefully Rayquaza ends up there. We get to see that again.
Oh, I'd be so happy.
We'll see.
If I could get an Umbreon versus Rayquaza finals, I would just be over the moon.
Okay, it'd be Christmas for you, huh?
Yep.
We'll see.
Magical Christmas land.
We'll see if that gets delivered. We'll see you all soon for round 6.
Thank you all so much. Welcome back, Trooper Tour fans. We have some crazy action. I'm literally lost for words right now. I'm really excited because we're going to get to see some of the cards that we've seen so far, but we're going to get to see them used a little bit differently once again. So why don't you go ahead and tell us what we're going to be looking at?
We've got Umbreon, James.
Okay, I've seen Umbreon.
You've seen it.
Familiar.
You've seen it as the trusty assistant.
I have. It is a great assistant.
He's the star of the show. In this one.
Okay.
And he's ready, and like I said, he's going to do it all himself, right? That's what I said.
You know what?
He's
right.
about to do it.
Well, maybe not all by himself.
That's true. We
may
have
have a surprise a little bit.
And then we've got Rapid Strike doing all the stuff that we know Rapid Strike does. Yeah. I'm really excited to see what this Umbreon's pal is, and you guys are about to see it too.
Well, let's go ahead and head into the game here as we get round 6 of the Trooper Tour underway. And we are going to see that Houndoom here as the players are flipping over their basics. And we are going to be seeing Single Strike Umbreon once again. But like Steven was saying here, it is going to be as the main attacker of the deck. We are going to be powering it up with Houndoom. But there are no Urshifu friends to be found on this side of the table. Which is definitely an interesting step away from the norm that we've at least seen in these other decks today.
But you can see, really. I mean, you can see how well Umbreon holds by itself, you know, and how strong it is. And with Houndoom supporting that, what you can do. Now, I mean, we have this other attacker that's in this deck that might be able to do something too. But, I mean, William starts really good here.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look here as we get this all set up and good to go. We've got the players here getting their first turn for William here. We've got the attachment, not an energy attachment. We've got the tool going on to Rapid Strike. So no energy attachment is definitely not optimal anywhere. And then that tool scrapper is going to go ahead and just knock that telescopic sight off of Urshifu. And what that does is that actually allows Urshifu to go ahead and do extra damage to the benched Pokemon that it is dealing damage to when it's in its VMAX mode. So we are going to go ahead and see a fresh hand here. A lot of balloons there. We are going to see the tower come into play, and we'll see if we're going to which card to discard to activate that tower and draw some fresh ones, because that hand as is not exactly going to do it for us. We are going to see the Single Strike Energy be discarded, and Umbreon is going to come into play. That was a close one there. We almost did not have anything but this Houndour heading into the next turn.
Could have been a very fast game.
Yep, and we do see that retreat via the Hiding Energy to go ahead and promote Umbreon. All right, and that Hiding Energy definitely being an important part of the puzzle here. What that does is that allows a dark Pokemon that it's attached to go ahead and have no retreat cost. So even if a Galar Mine was in play, that Houndour would have been able to get back to the bench safely. All right, and William is taking a look here to see exactly what he wants to do with this Drizzile. It is going to be for an Evolution Incense that is then going to find that Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. The first time we're seeing him on camera all day.
Seen some Single Strike, you know, seen a lot of other stuff, but Rapid Strike. I think the few people that that were playing it lost like round 2 and round 3 to Fall to X1 pretty quickly. So they've kind of dodged the top tables, but been hanging around. You know, there's definitely a lot of it out there. Yeah. So William definitely being one of those people that's at X1 right now and trying to fight through these last 2 rounds to make it into top 8.
For sure, and we do see that a switch be searched out there so that we can go ahead and get that Urshifu into the active position, because that Gale Thrust attack, if he is able to get an energy onto it with this Crobat, is going to allow him to knock out that Umbreon with just the one energy attachment. And that Ordinary Rod going to go ahead and shuffle a few things back into the deck, make sure that that deck has all the things that we need moving forward before we go ahead and drop down that Crobat and use Dark Asset to draw some cards.
While Umbreon is the star of the show on Patrick's side, you're still kind of, you know, at that uphill battle, you know, against Rapid Strike and their ability to have type advantage in general, but also be able to load the board up and move around really quick with Drizzle.
For sure, and especially with that rocky start here. Let's see if this energy comes down with this Crobat. And there we go. That fighting energy immediately showing up so that we can attach that to Urshifu, use that Gale Thrust. But first we're going to see Passimian come into play, and Passimian is also another interesting card from the Battle Styles set originally. So let's go ahead and take a look here at Passimian. All right, that actually was a Chilling Rain that the throwing coach Passimian came in. I misspoke there, but let's go ahead and get that up for everyone here, as that will also come into play soon. So the Passimian is very, very good in combination with Urshifu specifically, because it is able to utilize. It gives Urshifu an extra 30 damage to the benched Pokemon that it is dealing damage to. So it's very, very interesting that we've got that up here. Yeah, unfortunately, I seem to be losing some friends here due to
your lack of knowledge.
Yeah, my clear lack of knowledge on the set that Passimian was released in.
I think it's disrespectful.
Yeah, honestly, I've disrespected the game, and I would like to just formally apologize to everyone in the chat for my lack of knowledge about Pokemon.
I'm gonna unfriend you too.
I unfriended myself.
I would. Yeah.
So we are gonna see that that Umbreon. We were able to get quite a turn going here. And we are going to be able to see some kind of counterattack take place here by Patrick. As we are going to just try and get those Houndours into play, get that Houndoom good to go that's right there on the bench as well, and just see if we can get the engine going and keep those consistent attacks going via powering things up with that Houndoom's ability. And there's that single strike Scroll of Scorn that we went over earlier, allowing
very strong in these kind of situations.
It is in this situation, it is exceedingly strong. So where that Umbreon had a bunch of damage counters on it, it is going to be able to throw back a lot of damage here. So let's go ahead and get that up here. There's the single strike Scroll of Scorn. With that Furious Anger being able to do 10 damage plus 10 more for each damage counter on that Pokemon, plus 20 more due to single strike energy. Yeah, it looks like there may have been an error there, though, because I do believe that I see an air balloon attached to that as well, and that is not going to work, so we are going to go ahead and get a judge on that situation. So we've got a judge going to stop the players now momentarily so that we can get this game taken care of, and we will go ahead and bring it back to the caster booth while we go ahead and get that taken care of. All right, friends, and we are back for now at the caster desk. Sorry about that. We are going to get that situation resolved with the players. Luckily, where we are all on site here, we're able to go ahead and get that taken care of, get the judges on that situation, get that game state repairable if repairable, and let the judges do their thing. I appreciate everybody reaching out in chat about that as well. Obviously, Pokemon tools, you can only have one Pokemon tool on a Pokemon, so Air Balloon and a Scroll of Scorn can't really work together. So
both very good.
Yep, both clearly. I would love to have both of those on all of my Pokemon if given the opportunity, but unfortunately, not quite the case and able to happen here. So they'll go ahead and get that taken care of. And are they going to let us know?
They're good now.
They're good now. Then we will go ahead and hop back into. All right, as the game is continuing here, it looks like we are getting that set up. Unfortunately, that attack was not able to happen due to the single strike Scroll of Scorn. So we are seeing a research from William here. And then going to replace the single strike tower with the rapid strike tower. And the Rapid Strike Tower allows all Rapid Strike Pokemon to retreat for 2 colorless less.
Sure.
So what that is going to end up doing is allow Urshifu to be able to rotate itself to be able to utilize Gale Thrust.
No, Patrick not being able to attack last turn after promoting that definitely has impacted his game plan for this one.
To say that has impacted the game plan would definitely be an understatement. It is not optimal, but we are going to go ahead and see a retreat into Crobat and then switch to be able to activate that Urshifu's Gale Thrust ability. It needs to have been on the bench and then come up in order to get that extra bonus
First
damage.
Impression throwback.
It is definitely a throwback.
It's like Golisopod GX if I've ever seen it.
That is a Golisopod GX if you've ever seen one, except for the fact that it is not.
Okay.
Um,
Well,
but
that's new.
yeah, but very similar effect. Yeah.
It's the same.
They-
To
okay.
me, it's the same.
Well, yeah, it is just a color swapped of the attack. It's very cool seeing that those types of themes and cards from the past actually continue to make an impact, as we see Evolution Incense from Patrick here. And if you're Patrick, what are you grabbing here with this Evolution Instance? Are you just thinning your deck, or are we going to perhaps see that spicy friend that we were discussing about?
I think that you're just thinning at this point. I mean, he can too thin it, but I don't know what options he really has.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're really just going to try and get some damage on the board, but with that lack of that attack happened, because
that was a big turn.
Well, not only leaving that Umbreon active, but just also not getting any damage on that Urshifu, it just unfortunately feels like we are pretty far behind here.
See a Marnie from Patrick here.
Yeah, going to go ahead and try and disrupt the hand a little bit here. As we see that that single strike scroll, potentially the attack for turn, but I think we'll just end up seeing that Umbreon's attack. And we do see the Galarian Slowking enter play. So
the man himself.
There is the spicy friend. So let's go ahead and get that brought up. This is what we were talking about.
He is here.
We knew that it would show up at some point, or at least hoped that it would. So we're trying to keep it a secret for everybody. But look at how much fun we are about to have, because Galarian Slowking V has entered the battlefield.
Now, we don't know what he's really going to do here, but he is here.
So it's very, very interesting, because not only is that a Galarian Slowking V, that Galarian Slowking VMAX is also in his deck list.
Oh, he's there in his hand, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep,
so
he's there. He's ready.
We could very well
Patrick has the VMAX and a Professor's Research. So as long as he survives, which he will, to the next turn, something's going to happen. So William, at the minimum, will be surprised.
So there's our damage going to go ahead and come out from Umbreon. We are going to do 200. Should be doing 200 there, if I've counted that correctly.
Yep.
All right, and we're going to go ahead and draw for turn on William's side.
See a level ball.
All right, level ball for Sobble. Going to go ahead and allow for another Drizzile out next turn, since both of those have evolved all the way up into Inteleon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Word of Ruin is definitely interesting with Galar Mine, since you can go ahead and lock them in, and then they are knocked out at the end of the next turn. So if they don't have any kind of switch card, it can definitely give you some prizes.
It's just another cool thing that you can do right now. Like, there's just so much that you're able to do.
All right, and we see
take a knockout.
No, we're seeing it deal damage and then go back to the bench with Rapid Strike Urshifu's first attack here. Unfortunately, was not able to get the knockout, since Umbreon is weak to grass instead of fighting, unlike the old days. We are still having to two-shot some things here. Or more. But when we're having to do that, that single strike scroll of score damage continues. If that potentially could eclipse 200 there.
Yep.
So that Urn of Vitality, going to go ahead and shuffle back some single strike energy cards. Really, the heart and soul of this deck is that Houndoom engine, being able to search out single strike energy, attach them to your Pokemon, and the way that you can just keep doing that with only being able to play 4 single strike energy in a deck is with this Urn of Vitality, to just continuously shuffle them right back for you and then search them back out with Houndoom. It's very, very reminiscent of old school strategies. I mean, you've got things even like Dark Electrode from back in the day that were able to go ahead and accelerate energy like that. And it's so cool to see those old school strategies just continue to evolve and become new things as time goes on. All right, as we see those single strike energies be searched out via Houndoom and then attached to the benched Umbreon, go ahead and get that one ready to go. And then that research after Galarian Slowking VMAX is in play at the Trooper Tour, ladies and gentlemen.
In round 6. You can say that. But saying round 6, I think, adds a little bit to it.
So let's go ahead and get the Galarian Slowking VMAX up. That max Toxify attack. being able to do 10 damage
All right.
for 2 energy.
All right. It's a good
okay?
start. I'm on board.
There is some text under there.
All right.
The opponent's active Pokemon is now poisoned.
Okay.
During Pokemon checkup, put 12 damage counters instead of 1.
Okay.
So that'll stack up quite quickly.
He's got the ability to hang out too for a minute at
That is
320.
true.
Now he's weak to fighting.
Yeah.
Unlike I guess Umbreon here. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with only 3 prizes left. I don't know if that's what we're gonna be doing this game.
We're gonna see. So we are gonna go ahead and see the promotion of the Umbreon V here, and that is gonna then go ahead and knock out the Inteleon via the single strike energy extra damage. All right, we see that free retreat with Passimian via the Rapid Strike Tower.
Laid on a Sobble there. Probably we'll see a Drizzle soon.
And there we go. Okay. We're going to go ahead and deal that damage to the bench. That getting the KO on Crobat V because of the telescopic sight combined with that Passimian's ability from earlier to deal 180 damage to Crobat. And that is going to be the game. William is going to take the win with Rapid Strike Urshifu.
Moved to 5-1 here.
5-1. That's a pretty good record.
It's pretty good going in the last round.
It's a pretty solid place to be moving into that last round. So what do you think about how the match played out?
I think that Patrick losing that turn, on the slip up there is a big deal.
Yeah.
And proved to be. I think that William played really well, did what the deck does. That telescope, that big turn that took 4 prizes. I played pretty well.
For sure, yeah. I think both players definitely played very well. It's just unfortunately that slip up, it costing that attacking turn when you're in the middle of the game with a damaged Pokemon especially is just such a tempo loss that it's not really something that you can recover from. So it's unfortunate that we did see that take place, but great playing on both sides overall. It's very interesting deck just being able to go in with that Umbreon like that. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if we will see Rapid Strike Urshifu move on to the top 8.
He's got to win, probably win, maybe draw, but probably win to get into the top 8. So we'll see. We'll check up on William soon, and we'll go into the last round pretty soon.
For sure. So we're excited for the final round of Swiss coming up next, everyone. So stick with us. We should be live with that as soon as this round is over.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you soon. What's raid? Oh.
All right, everyone, and
Hey, everybody.
welcome Pokemon fans to Trooper Tour Evolving Skies Round 7 as we are going ahead and getting started here. Welcome, everyone, from the raid. If you all are just joining us, thank you so much for tuning in. We're so excited to have you here for this last round of Swiss, and hopefully you guys will stick around for some of that top 8 action as well as we head through the rest of the day. We appreciate all the follows. We appreciate everybody tuning in all day long. I've had such a fun day. What about you?
It's been a great day. Like, we've seen so many decks. We're getting ready to go into top 8. And what better time than Kevin to send a raid over our way and get everybody to join us. So
yeah,
I'm really
we
excited.
really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're having a lot of fun here, guys. We're gonna have such a good time. What are we seeing as far as matchups going into this round 7 game?
So we're going into round 7, which is an area you're well known to lose in the bubble.
Oh, okay.
In the top 8.
Interesting.
So we have Adam Jones. Will be on your all's left, playing. It looks like a Sylveon variant versus Ice Rider. So a deck everybody's familiar with. And one of these players is going to make top 8. The other one's going to be where James usually falls around 12th, 13th probably. So we'll see. We're excited to get into it, and we'll see you guys in just a...
Unfortunately, I am well familiar with that 9th through 13th range. I actually have a permanent residency there.
Okay.
Each home, yeah.
Pay rent?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do. Yeah,
That's sweet.
Yeah, every single time. That's all I do. So, yeah, let's go ahead and we will go ahead and swap into the game here. Really excited to get this matchup underway. Let's go ahead and take a look. All right, everyone. And we see Adam making the first play of the game here with that Evolution Incense to go ahead and search the deck for any evolution Pokemon. Now, we are going to see that Sylveon deck, and this is very interesting because this Sylveon deck is going to be playing a lot of the Pokemon that we've seen all day long.
Yep.
But used together now.
Yeah.
So we are going to see Rapid Strike Urshifu. We're going to see Blaziken VMAX. We're going to see Sylveon VMAX. In addition to Galarian Moltres, all in the same deck. And that, to me, is what's really cool about the Sylveon deck right now.
You got some Blaziken in here.
Yeah, Blaziken. I'm so excited to see some Blaziken action.
I'm excited.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see here. So, unfortunately, not too exciting of a turn one. Just that Evolution Instance in the deck, and then a pass here into Devin's turn.
Now, we have not seen a quick game for best of one so far at all today.
Correct.
Every game has went at least 15 to 20 minutes.
Now, the good news for Adam here is that where Devin is playing the Rapid Strike Urshifu deck, that's not going to be a deck where on their first turn going second, they're going to be able to knock out this Moltres or anything crazy like that. But what you are going to be looking at is that Sobble is potentially going to be able to use Sobble's attack. Okay. And what is going to happen there is that is actually going to be able to allow them to search their deck for 3 Rapid Strike Pokemon and put them onto the bench. So that Keep Calling attack, a very good setup attack for things like Rapid Strike Urshifu, like Ice Rider, like we're seeing here, just to be able to get more Sobbles into play, if nothing else, so that all those Drizziles all game long will just go ahead and keep the train rolling.
For sure. And we see, I mean, a lot of, I don't know, not that much action in Devin's hand either. It looks like some energy.
Yeah,
some...
that's normal, though, for these Inteleon decks, especially. I do believe that I saw some type of Drizzile in his hand.
Is that the Drizzle?
Yeah,
okay.
In the middle there. So we will have some action next turn, assuming that Drizzile stays in that hand. If you just had to take a guess right from these opening turns, who do you think is favored to take the game?
I think Ice Rider is very fast, right? So if Adam, based on those first 2 turns, I want to think Devin's up here, you know?
Yeah.
Adam really needs to get going and start putting these. He did draw a quick ball, so that's a big draw.
Yeah,
and he's gonna be able to.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Adam's got quite a lot of action. Going to be able to play a supporter in their hand this turn. So very excited to see exactly what Adam is able to put together now that they've got a turn to go ahead and do something with.
He needs to. He's got a lot he's got to do.
Yeah, so we are seeing the quick ball discarding what looked to be an energy search there to search the deck for any basic Pokemon and add it to their hand. Both players definitely thinking through all of their actions here. Don't want any kind of slight mistake to be what cost them to go ahead and be in the top 8 here. As the winner here will move on and the loser here likely will not.
Yeah. The winner will be playing for $1,000 cash. You know, it's a big game. And falling into the X1 bracket, you know, I know Adam was 2-1 at one point, so he's been able to chain some wins together and put himself in a good spot. I think Devin lost round 3 or 4. So both of them having to fight here, you know, to get into top 8. So
for sure,
we see a Rapid Strike.
Yeah, we do see that Rapid Strike energy come down onto that Sylveon V. I personally am so excited to see this finally. The Sylveon V deck and VMAX playing all these different types of Pokemon, and we see a boss's orders on the Sobble that does not have an energy, because what we're seeing here is trying to lock that Sobble active and kind of prevent that retreat from taking place. Where that one has that energy, we would be able to potentially go into something else, but not the case here. So we are going to go ahead and let's see here. We are going to see a quick ball go ahead and be grabbed there with that Dream Gift ability from Sylveon V, but that does end the turn. So Devin is going to go ahead and start off this second turn of theirs. And we do see there's Ice Rider finally going ahead and hitting the bench. So gonna be just trying to get an energy attachment onto that. Melanie can go ahead and accelerate energy onto that. That's typically the strategy that Ice Rider is going with, is just trying to set up, especially with these Path to the Peaks, just try and stunt the opponent from being able to go ahead and break through with any type of abilities. Really try and make their setup not as good as they want it to be on all of their V Pokemon. And it looks like we are going to see Sobble on the bench, the one with the energy, go ahead and evolve into Drizzile. Something that we could potentially see now that Sobble's energy is going to remain on it more than likely. That may be used for a retreat in the future, but that may actually also end up... We may see an attack come out from Inteleon in the future. The Inteleon, especially the Shady Dealings one, not a bad attacker overall. It does do that 120 damage. It's very cool that it not only has the ability that lets it go ahead and search for any 2 trainer cards, but Aqua Bullet, nothing to scoff at. Just one more energy, 120 sets up some good attacks, and then 20 damage to an opponent's bench. And I'll be interested to see if at some point throughout this game we don't see that from Devin.
Absolutely. Let's see. Yeah, 5-1-1. Probably not. You know, we're not.
It is going to be close. It's definitely not guaranteed with the attendance that we had today. So it definitely not a guaranteed 5-1-1 cut. So especially depending on your tiebreakers, if that one was early and you don't think your tiebreakers are good, playing here definitely
especially if they both did take that loss earlier, you know.
Yeah, it looks like we may be retreating the active Sobble here.
We had 112, I think, is what we ended at, which is a really good turnout. You know, I was really happy with it. We had a cap set at 128, so it's definitely good to be in Kentucky to be able to get that many people. So
yeah, I'm very excited to see if we can go ahead and hit that cap for the next one for Fusion Strike. And we do go ahead and see that we are trying to grab some Drizziles here with Level Ball.
For sure, setting up to be a good turn for Devin.
Yep. Yeah, we grabbed some Level Balls there with that. And we're going to go ahead, and it looks like Devin is going to... It's very interesting.
Make a thoughtful decision.
You're definitely doing one. I guess he was deciding if he was going to activate both right now or try and leave a Sobble in play, and that makes sense. So we are going to see the Capacious Bucket go ahead and search the deck for any 2 water energies. That's one of the Drizzile effects that is currently lingering over the game state. We are still also... Devin just trying to shortcut a few things here. I'm sure he's communicating this with his opponent, Adam, an opponent that I've faced many a time myself around here locally, and definitely a good player. So the other Drizzile going to go ahead and grab a Scoop Up Net. So we do have those energy attachments moving forward. We've got a Scoop Up Net to get that Drizzile out of the active, and we may even see an attack from Shadow Rider this turn.
Ice Rider. But
yeah, Ice Rider.
They're basically the same thing.
I apologize.
It's a very good turn for Devin. And that's
this is definitely what you're looking for if you're Devin, especially where Adam has kind of had a bit of a rocky start. Not a bad start, but just not really getting too much out there. You would really love to have seen a Remoraid by now if you were Adam, so that you could go ahead and get that Octillery up and running and searching the deck for all of your various Rapid Strike cards, as that's really the engine that deck operates off of. So we do see Adam go ahead and start off their turn by going ahead and searching the deck. I believe I would find, there's Crobat to go ahead and just get that hand up and going. This is indeed standard. new standard with Evolving Skies, and I personally have been loving it so
Yeah,
far.
Sword and Shield forward, no more tag teams, a lot more cool stuff because you're not Zacian ADP. The old format seemed towards the end very linear. You had very direct strategies. It was just proven to be good. And this is pretty wide open. You know, we see a lot of Drizzle decks, but a lot of cool stuff. You know, people starting to utilize the single strike mechanic and then the rapid strike as well. I'll be interested to see whenever Fusion Strike comes out.
Yeah.
How that shakes things up.
I don't know if the Deoxys that was spoiled is actually going to end up making its way into competitive play, but just the fact that we're going to see a single strike, rapid strike, fusion strike card all on the same card is very interesting. So we are going to see that Crobat come in, but unfortunately, Adam put that Crobat in when Path to the Peak was in play.
No.
So what was going to be a fresh hand actually does not actually activate. And we just see a pass from Adam there.
And he had emptied his hand kind of down for that too. It happens. Being on camera, you know, can sometimes heighten those nerves and make you overlook some stuff. A pass is very powerful. You know,
Path to the Peak, very similar to things from the past, like Power Plant, where it's able to just go ahead and shut off entire strategies, and where putting in a Pokemon like a Dedenne GX or Crobat V while Path to the Peak or Power Plant is in play, it really just goes ahead and almost ends the game in a lot of scenarios.
Especially when you're starting slow like Adam did. You know, where he started and he was really banking on something like that Crobat to get back in this game, and it unfortunately, you know, it was devastating for him. You know, I mean, he's got some professor's research in there. You know, he's got some abilities to like hard set out of this, but that was a big slip up for sure.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe with a top deck supporter, Adam might be able to get into this next turn. Never want to give up hope. No prizes have been taken as of yet, but Ice Rider really is just firing on all cylinders here, and Adam
about to
is
set
not.
up to start doing some damage.
So we are going to go ahead and start seeing the quick shooting from Inteleon start putting some damage counters on the that bench Sylveon. We see that ability actually activate once again. So let's go ahead and get that Inteleon up on the screen as well and take a look, because it is definitely one of the more prevalent cards in Standard, if for no other reason than how good Drizzile itself is.
Absolutely.
But being able to just put 2 damage counters on any of your opponent's Pokemon, very similar to Decidueye GX from the past few
Kingdra
years.
Prime, if you want to.
Kingdra Prime has been mentioned.
I want everyone to know that no matter what game is being played, I will mention a Prime Pokemon at some point.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I would be lying if I said that any opportunity that I had to put some EX era cards on the screen.
Anytime, anything. Kingdra Prime being a stage 2 Pokemon. Its Seadra I don't think was as good though.
That's true. And we do see Kingdra Prime making its way onto the 2021 standard stream. So that is a very similar ability from back in the day.
Yep.
Good times. I remember playtesting a lot of Kingdra decks for 2011 Worlds back in the day. But we do see an energy attachment from Adam to go ahead and try and just get some damage into play with Sylveon VMAX. All right, let's go ahead and bring the VMAX up here. So we've got that max Harmony attack, but it really relies on having a bunch of bench Pokemon. And I believe we actually just saw, there's just not too much that you can do here. We see that Melanie going to go ahead and reattach a Water Energy to Ice Rider, draw the 3. All right, let's go ahead and take a look here.
Yeah, I mean, you have Ice Rider set up at this point, you know, and now it's going to be a lot of scoop up nets to keep the Drizziles going and just executing that aggressive strategy at this point. And you have Adam locked out.
Yeah, especially with those Inteleons just racking up damage. There's really just not a whole lot from this position. That Crobat play, just unfortunately, just that small slip up, it's turning into a very, very big problem.
Well, Crobat, a card that capitalizes the most whenever you really do, you lay out your hand, you build up and you expect for it, and then to do all of the cost effectively to redeem yourself with the Crobat, is unfortunate. So
yeah,
we saw, we've seen this. So we saw this in the top cut of our last one, little things, and everyone makes mistakes for sure. Yeah. And it's just part of the game too.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, it's the kind of thing I know Adam as a player, like I was saying, and I know that he's going to be upset over that one, but it's just one of those things where he's going to look at it as a learning opportunity. And that's really what you have to do in these scenarios. I mean, I've played this game since 1999, and I just have to, like, I still learn every single time that I play.
And that's part of the fun of it. And that sounds hard to say when you're playing for $1,000.
It is definitely a rough way to miss out on top 8. I not trying to undersell the situation for sure.
But it is part of it.
Yep. So we are going to go ahead and see that quick shooting tick up some damage on Sylveon VMAX there. Try and set up for a KO either this turn or next turn. So we are going to see that Ice Rider take the KO on Sylveon there.
Devin will fall to 1 prize
Devin
remaining.
falls to that 1 prize remaining. Adam just has the Crobat, and that is the end.
That'll be it.
Yep. So unfortunately, that is the end of the there, and it looks like Devin is moving on to top 8 with Ice Rider Calyrex. So that is our first confirmed top 8 player. So that is going to be a very, very. I don't know. We have not seen a lot of Suicune these last few rounds. I'm not sure.
Now, whenever we finished our last round and we went to check just to kind of see what, I saw 2 Suicunes at like table like 5 and 6. So it's lingering. Will it make it in? And it's really that Ice Rider spot. It's that aggressive water that can do kind of stuff like that. But I know a lot of people that played it today that weren't happy with how they turned out. So I don't know. But we know Devin's in at X1. That should be a pretty high seed. And I'm excited to see what the rest of the deck shape
for sure.
like.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I know that it's going to be a diverse field, and I really just I'm so excited to see how things shake out and see if it is an Inteleon deck that wins or if it is one of the decks trying to beat the Inteleon decks that wins. Because I think you really can just maneuver the format down to that. Because even things like the Sylveon deck, where it's playing a 2/2 Rapid Strike Urshifu almost to just make sure that you're getting rid of those Drizziles or Sobble spots on your opponent's side of the field. Because, I mean, even just a simple play like a Marnie your opponent to 4 and then KO both of their Sobbles can just walk a player out of the game right now.
Yep, and it has so many cool tools. And I want to think that there was another Sylveon deck up near the top tables, but it's hard to know. So we'll be back with you all, with the full top 8 breakdown and a bracket to see kind of how this is going to shape up. And those matchups are very important. And I'm excited to. Somebody's going $1,000.
Somebody is going to get $1,000. Going to get have a nice little payday here.
Yeah, trophy, playmats. It's the whole thing.
I'm so excited. I want to see that trophy again. But we will be back shortly, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get everything situated so that we can bring the top 8 action to you. The stream is going to keep going here. It shouldn't be too long before we're back with more action here, be that deck breakdowns or more confirmed people or decks in the top.
We'll get back to you all with top 8 while they're taking pictures and getting everything ready for the pairings, and then hopefully we'll come back shortly after that again with the start of top 8.
And I want to know from you, chat, while we're gone, go ahead and make sure that you're putting in the chat, make sure that you let us know what you want to win the tournament, whether you think that is going to win or not. I want to know what you want to win. So go ahead and make sure that you let me know. I'm going to come back and read those, and we will be back shortly. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure that you're following us here on Twitch, on YouTube as well, youtube.com/CardTrooperGames, and we will be back shortly. Thank you so much.
See you guys in just a second.